Alrighty, and we are back with another cozy stream with the Blue Dog Owlin and a brand new game called A Tithe in Blood. A special thank you to Studio Elon for providing us a copy of this game. I want to read a little bit about the synopsis of this game. And provide some, I guess, content warning for those, since this game does have a dark appeal, I would say. But I think it'll be a very interesting story for us to explore together. I love the art style already. I also want to make sure we go into the settings and we show off the accessibility options, because they actually have some they have some really good accessibility options I think is worth mentioning. Nice. Oh my goodness. Nani? Bonk and then a treasure. Amazing. Congratulations on finding the treasure chest, Mushy. If you'd like to claim that treasure chest, Mini Doodle, you know what to do. Please visit the Discord and check under Gotcha Info for more information on how to claim one of the two available mini doodles. That's a boot. Also, Foxy, welcome in. Thank you for the 34-month streak. That is insane. Almost 3 whole years. I can't believe that. Wow. Thank you so much, Foxy. I really appreciate that. If I have a mod around, can we give a shout out to Foxy, please? Party, cheer, party. Got me on my paws today. I thought I was gonna say cheer, party, cheer, but we got party, cheer, party. Welcome in, everyone, though. Hope you're all having a wonderful Wednesday or Thursday. Almost the weekend. Almost. Welcome in, Wild Fox. Thank you for turning your permission slip. Yes, do turn your permission slip. This game does come with some content warnings. I will go over some of that in just a little bit. We'll be checking out 2 games today, both visual novels. I think you will be very interested in seeing them because they're just very unique concepts to me. Thank you for the head pets, Wild Fox. Welcome in. I needed that. Thank you. It's been a long day for me. I think I shared with you all earlier that work has been asking me to become business dog. Early AM business dog, so it's been kind of gnarly, but happy to be here and checking out some cool games with you all right now. Alrighty, let's see here. One thing to mention, this game does support controller, so that's really cool. Some visual novels don't, but this one does support your mouse and keyboard, or you can use controller as well. So we'll check out the settings really quick. So you can see that the languages supported here include English, Japanese, and I believe this is simplified Chinese. They have accessibility options here in the content. Notably, this is a dark visual novel, so they do have depictions of these 3 topics here. I have them disabled, but as you can see, it says here the textual descriptions will not be removed, so this is just visual depictions. They also have audio representations of these, so I disabled that for this one. I kept the heartbeat. I turned off the simulated tinnitus because I had tinnitus and I don't need it to be simulated. I don't need that simulated, so I'm good. I did leave the static noise on. I thought that these are not too bad. But yeah, I disabled the other 2. They also have a accessibility option here for font. You can do Open Dyslexic or EB Garamond. I always like when they have options for people to choose the best font for their reading pleasure. And then voice. Yeah, they have all the voices here that you can check out. You can choose the voice options if you want to enable or disable things. So voice emphasis, they're going to reduce the music, sound effects, and ambience channels while people are talking. And then voice sustain, the voices will keep playing when the dialogue advances. You can also mute all the character voices if you want to do self-voicing. That's disabled because they already have all the voices, so I want to hear the beautiful voice actors. But yeah, I'll probably go over the content warning again in a little bit as more people trickle in. Simulated cute puppy princess 8-pack. 8-pack, whoa. Cute, welcome in. I wish. Wolfie, hello, welcome in. Hope you're getting some good rest. I know you had a few busy nights this past week or two. Alrighty. I think we'll give it just a little bit longer. Hi, Cube. Thank you. What else can I show off really quick? I actually didn't check out the help. I don't know what the help has. Let's see. Okay, so here they show you the way you can interact in this visual novel with the keyboard, mouse, or controller. That's pretty cool. Mouse, yeah. The butterfly. Ayumi-san, irashaimase. Paru-paru. O genki desu ka? Nyampasu. Irashaimase. Kyou wa visual novel VN desu. Uri-san, reido arigatou gozaimasu. Otsukaresama deshita. Thank you for your raid. Thank you for your hard work. Sora-san nyampasu. Tamuji-san nyampasu. Nao-san nyampasu. Haru-san nyampasu. Nim-nim. Miali nyampasu. Benko nyampasu. Naporingo-san nyampasu. Ugh. Kawaii. Chi nyampasu. Welcome, raiders. Robokin-san nyampasu. Ryan-san nyampasu. DT3 nyampasu. Minasan irashaimase. Uri-san nyampasu. Reido arigatou gozaimasu. Otsukaresama deshita. Thank you for your raid. Thank you for your hard work. For those who don't know my friend Uri-san, let me introduce her to you. If you haven't already, please go give my friend a follow. Send her a lot of love. Uri-san is a very dear friend of mine, and I like to hang out at her place before I start stream. She does streams of both artwork and games. When she's doing artwork streams, she typically does traditional watercolor paintings, sometimes some digital watercolor paintings. You can see some examples of those works on the screen right now. And when she's doing gaming streams, she's typically playing platforming or puzzle genre games. Today she was playing very interesting looking side-scrolling kind of game. I think it's called Ikondai? Encodia. Very interesting art style. But yes, please go give her a follow and come join us for a nice relaxing time over at my friend Uri-san's place. don't worry if you don't speak Japanese, because she has translations available in both English and in Spanish. Will and Yampasu, welcome in. Amaze, Sora-san. Cheer party, cheer, Ayumi-san. Yay, genki desu, arigato. I hope you are well too. Hi, watashi mo genki, arigato. Arigato buku. Arigato gozaimasu, Ayumi-san. Tatsuya, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate and the head pats. Thank you for the shout out. Urei-san kochiro koso. Thank you for the raid. And yes, if you like these emotes, please consider subscribing to my friend, so you too can have access to her very cute emotes. Baki baki. Duo. Duo, hato duo. Ah yes, for anyone just joining us right now, we are playing 2 visual novels today. We're going to be checking out this first one called A Tithe in Blood. This game is a darker visual novel. Let me back out here and you can see, here you can see the artwork while I describe the synopsis really quick. So this is a dark yuri visual novel with themes around some pretty mature subjects. So there's things like depression and grief, but also hidden magical art. And I believe it takes place in Hokkaido. And the artwork's very pretty. They have voice acting for I think everything. So I'm excited to go check it out. Wow! Ayumi-san duo no. Hokkaido, yeah. It says here, I'll just read a little bit from the synopsis. As a reserved and unassuming university student in snow-bitten Hokkaido, the personal tragedy which visited Honoka Asakawa will lead her to experimentation in a magical art through long lost blood magic. Unexpectedly able to visit the sealed world of Meiji-era Sapporo, Honoka's quickly taken under the wing of a cheerful and bright lady Yasue, a powerful mage who's remained in this gilded cage for a century. As their feelings for each other develop, the true repercussions of Honoka's first steps into the secret world of magic and mages are only just starting to play out, eventually leading to catastrophic consequences. Yeah, hidden magical art and blood magic, yes. So, I do want to go over a few content warnings really quick with the accessibility options and the settings, just as a heads up for you all. Also, if you are interested in this game, you can check out the game at the Steam page right there that she has linked and pinned to the top in the chat. Celerit, welcome in. Hi, Ellie, welcome in. Thank you for the hydrate. Let me do that. All right, really quick, I want to show you all some accessibility options here because I think they're really cool. I think it's very thoughtful of them. All right, so in the languages, they support English, Japanese, and Chinese. Specifically around the content, I mentioned that it's a little bit of a darker theme in this visual novel. So you'll see here, I disabled these because they're not very comfy. These are not comfy. I'll type them in chat for our Japanese audience. They also have audio representations. I disabled that for the harm the harmful stuff, and then tinnitus, because I don't want to hear tinnitus stuff. But I did keep the heartbeat and static noise. They also have, again, options for if you want to choose Open Dyslexic to help with your reading, or you could use the default EB Garamond. What else is interesting in here? I think I could show off again. Again, they have voice acting. The game can be played with a controller in addition to a mouse and keyboard. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna get started, but I wanted to show that off in case anyone wanted to be mindful about that, because I know that some of the stuff here might be very mature. This released a couple of days ago. Yes, Meowly, it did. It's like very brand new. So again, big thank you to Studio Elan for providing us a copy of it. We are going to check out an EK Men game after this. But right now we're starting with EK Women. I don't know if there's a EK Women, but EK ladies, handsome ladies. Oh, pretty smart, huh, Gecko? EK Women, yes. We will do EK Men after this. This one is a, again, dark yuri visual novel. So, EK ladies. The first one's ladies, and then later we'll get men. Alright, let's get started. Do, again, take care of yourself. I did show off some of the content that may not be suitable for some folks, so please take care of yourself if that's not good for you. Also, do let me know if the audio is okay. I can raise it up if needed.
移ろいゆく世界に私たちは抗う運命にある。人間の永遠の愚行に対して。そして冬の雪が舞い降りる。
Ooh, it turned red. Uh-oh. I think I need to read this part. A terrible chill hangs in the air, the season proving bitter, as it so often is here. On this cold day, a great throng of students slowly shuffles through the piled snow of the university grounds, the day's lectures finally over. Some gossip freely with friends, while others fawn over their partners. Most, however, stroll silently. She's so pretty. Amidst this sea of people walks one unremarkable student among many. It went without saying that I'd go to university. I was called smart, clever, intelligent. I quietly liked the praise and saw no reason to fight others' ambitions for me. As long as people told me I was doing well, I hardly cared what I did. I wouldn't say I have a career in mind, nor any particular plan for the future. I barely chose this way of life at all. I simply fell into it. Things happened around me, and I followed the path of least resistance. I never considered what would happen when I had to think for myself. The train rattles and shakes as it trundles along the desolate city outskirts, the air inside stifling from the heaters. The seats always fill before I get on, so standing for the awkwardly long ride has become normal by now. With little else to do, I stare out the train doors. My thoughts soon turn inward, as they so often do in quiet moments. Not needing to study a day of high school has paradoxically made university all the worse. Faced with more difficult problems, and never having needed to work at understanding something before me, I found myself restless. Boy, you could say that again. Sorry, if you were like an A student in high school and then you went to university and had struggles, I relate. I relate. One might turn to friends for support, but my nature seems to drive others away. I always got on better with teachers than other students in any case. The city outside becomes distant, its glass buildings reflecting a gray sky. The only color to be seen is that of the bright red Sapporo TV tower, its wire frame girders beaming through the white snow. Not having traveled outside of Hokkaido, it's difficult to view life here in an objective sense. That remoteness hasn't hurt the city, though, having every convenience one could hope for, despite its distance from Tokyo. I wonder if this is actually a real picture of Hokkaido. It kind of looks like it is. The snow season has brought the annual increase in tourists with it, a topic of some debate given the fuss and crowding they cause. The hotels and snowfields continue their trade, though, as while Sapporo may be the capital of Hokkaido, their money is still sorely needed. Investigate. Cranes work day and night to build new apartments, the city's population ever rising. The bustling train station is one of the most modern in the country, a landmark of glass outside and high technology inside. Even the trains themselves are kept in eerily perfect condition, as if every trip were the first of the day. Sapporo never stops changing in order to keep up, as if locked in a rivalry with Tokyo's modernity. It is! The strip in the middle is Odori Park? Really? Ooh! Have you been there before, Meow Lee? That's so cool you recognize it. Is any of this right? I couldn't really say. Like me, everyone keeps going about their day in this ever-changing city, even as the past disappears around us for modern developments, new businesses, and more money. Gee, wow! Yes, you've been there. How exciting! So you definitely recognize, like, as you said, the Odori Park, huh? I don't know what the button is. There's a button for me to hide the text, but yeah, it looks like it's really full of snow. Oh my goodness. Gamu-sanji. The place now passing by the train window is where I was born, and where I expect to die. I guess our heroine doesn't imagine leaving the city. Perhaps it's fate that I live in this grayscale city. So fitting is it for someone like me. A walk from the station to my house is thankfully much shorter. Though, the idea of selling it and getting an apartment closer to school is something I've considered more than once. Having passed the local cemetery on the way, I enter. Having slipped off my shoes, the patter of feet on wood echoes about as I enter the spacious living room. A flimsy plastic bag carries dinner from the nearby convenience store in one hand, while the well-worn messenger bag for school remains strapped over my shoulder. As I adjust my eyes to the light, a familiar unease comes over me. The unease of true solitude. A haunting silence hangs in the air, the room's size only magnifying the effect. Few things provoke this unsettling feeling so deeply as an empty house which shouldn't be. It's a cute little house that she has, though. I like how minimal it is. With my money largely going toward university fees and keeping the house, most of the rooms have been neglected. Jelly, nyampasu, wampasu, irashaimase. Jelly, we're playing a dark yuri visual novel. We just started. It takes place in Hokkaido. And there's gonna be magic. Gamu-san. The magic hasn't started yet. Nope, too far. Good try, AABB. The table before me might appear a stately wooden construction, but the lie is exposed by the veneer having flaked off a corner, exposing cheap particle board. Visual novel? Ike men doko? Ah, Jelly, this one is Ike women. This one is between very lovely ladies. The next visual novel we'll check out afterward does have Ike men in it, though. I'll go to a furniture store and replace it sometime, I think to myself as I hang my coat and bag. Of course, some time is vague enough that I can rationalize away that time never coming. Oh, I guess the lady's talking. I don't know if the lady's gonna keep going, because it sounds like the news. With my food quickly growing colder, the house itself being a little warmer than outside, I settle myself down on the cushion. The air soon fills with the studied and monotonous voice of a television news presenter as I begin to eat. The lukewarm set meal is, for better or worse, consistent in the way convenience store food usually is. The same goes for the bitter green tea, which washes it down. The occasional click of chopsticks is all that serves to punctuate the uninteresting news report. The woman's voice rattling off the details of another traffic accident from the snow-covered roads. A routine day, much like any other this year. My attention beginning to drift from disinterest, my eyes settle on the cardboard box to the side of the table. I half-heartedly consider throwing it away, but like most, I decided to use it for storage. For what and when, I hardly know. It still has the shipping label attached now that I look at it. To think that one thoughtless order of an otherwise nondescript book from some second-hand store would change my life so much. The idle thought confirms my plans for the evening. Putting myself to work in order to calm my nerves, I turn off the television and sort the remnants of dinner into burnable and recyclable trash. With that, I take a long breath and head to the study. Even as I walk up the stairs, I become acutely aware of the sensation from the bandages on my left arm. A now permanent reminder of its grim pastime. A lavish room is revealed as I enter, the musty smell of books and old furniture hanging in the air. The haphazard collection of antiques and oddities the result of a year haunting local antique stores and online marketplaces. Support elf, welcome in. We're playing a visual novel right now. This one is about dark yuri romance. Yes. Something, anything, to take my mind off of what was happening around me. Uh-oh. This is the forbidden magic she's trying. My eyes move down to the floor. What started as pleasant dark wood is now blighted with the remnants of dried blood. Gee, Meowly! It's dark magic. The stains run deep, no matter how hard I've tried to clean it. The sight going unnoticed by anyone else is one of the few advantages to living alone. It doesn't seem like a great idea. I hope she'll explain what her rationale was, Ellie, because, yeah, she's like, I'm trying out this dark magic. And it's like, why? Not me. Yeah, that's not Meowly. This is some other lady. Stepping around the faded remnants of chalk between the wood panels, I stride over to my desk. My laptop full of translation notes lies to one side, while a time-worn leather-bound book lays open on the other. It's likely the oldest object for many miles around, and treated accordingly. Oh man, this looks like, I guess, Italian. If Ai-san was here, she could probably confirm it's Italian. It says, assorted notes on the nature of blood magic. Thank you for the hydrate, Meowly. Let me do that. Note assortite suya natura dea magia del sangue. The title alone made me curious. A curiosity which soon developed into obsession. Before long, that obsession turned from the intellectual to the practical. If it's Italian, the grammar is really weird. Yeah, I don't know, it might not be Italian, I'm just guessing. Because it doesn't look Spanish enough to be Spanish, but it does look like a romance language. Jam jam uri-san-chi. With some reverence, I carefully leaf through the pages. The words of the author, one Isabella di Mora, speak across the ages as I scan the page. Translating the Italian text has been slow going, not helped by its archaic form, but what progress I've made has yielded good results. Alrighty, it was Italian. Rather, it's been my body which has slowed me more than anything else. Looking between the floor and books several times, I attempt to visualize the patterns needed to replicate Isabella's experiments. The glyphs and patterns are strange and complex, more than one attempt ending in dismal failure. Abracadabra! Ashi-san, Yabacadabra! Yeah! Ashi-san irashai masu. You cannot wrap your head around the weird grammar. You're from Italy. Oh! It's like someone gave a toddler machine translation, had them copy it over from memory. What do you think it would have said, Ellie? Like, what should it have said from what you understand they're trying to say? I think they said it was a note about dark magic, is what they said? About beautiful dark magic? I don't know. Realizing I'd begun to draw this out to avoid the necessary pain for as long as possible, I set the book down at its open page and set about the preparations. Taking a piece of chalk from the pile of seemingly unrelated items on my desk, I kneel down and begin to retrace the intricate plans detailed in the book's pages, every so often standing to consult the sketches I'm using as guides. There's an odd beauty to the intricate patterns slowly appearing on the floor. One concentric ring is followed by another, mysterious symbols and figures filling the spaces between them. You couldn't say what in the world they wanted to say. Assorted notes on black magic, on the occult. Yeah, I think that maybe assorted notes on black magic, maybe. Isabella's process of experimentation and discovery, the result of a great mind imprisoned by her family, has been fascinating to uncover page by page as my translation progressed. Trying to replicate her results would soon prove even more intriguing. Woof, woof, bracadabra. Uri-san, woof. The best guess is assorted notes on the nature of the occult. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right. How would you have said that in Italian? Because I think you're right. I think that best guess is probably what they were going for. Woof bracadabra. Note assortite suya natura means assorted notes on nature. Ah, I see. Slowly but surely, the detailing comes to an end, and the last of the lines meet. Coming to my feet, I set the chalk back down and set about the more distasteful side of the process. Uh-oh. She's gonna do it. My heart racing, I pull on my left sleeve to well above the elbow, revealing the blotchy cream-colored bandages stretching down a good portion of my arm. There's a strange feeling in keeping something hidden despite being surrounded by oblivious others. Little by little, I unravel the dressing, leaving enough at the top of my arm to avoid it falling. As the skin beneath is revealed, one dark red line after another blights the pale flesh around it. Some have already scarred, soreness and itching reminding me of their presence. This is that dark magic part. Yeah, this isn't good. This is the dark magic part. Uh-oh. Reaching to the desk, I take my knife in hand. The blade is nondescript by choice, bought along with some random items I didn't need to avoid arousing suspicion. Bringing it to my arm, I hover above a spot below the last cut, in hopes of not interfering with its healing. My heart begins racing as the knife settles against the skin. The sound of my breathing is maddeningly loud as it reverberates around the room, becoming ragged. My knuckles whiten as I clutch the nice cold metal handle in my shaking palm. I dearly hoped this inhumane act against myself would become more natural, but even now my instincts scream at me to stop. Instinct isn't so easily snuffed out. As the moon's light glints off the coldly utilitarian blade, I press the tip of the knife to the side of my arm. Bucky, Bucky! In one practiced motion, I overcome my body's pleading and force myself to slice the blade across. Pain lances through my body and mind, the gritting of my teeth, the only thing stopping my painful whimpers from escaping. The tool's job done, I throw it to the ground and clutch my arm tightly. Dark crimson fluid seeps from the open wound, soon flowing freely down my arm and over my hand. Crouching down, I put myself to work to pull what attention I can from the wound. Putting my hand out before me, I straighten my index and middle fingers as thick, warm blood begins to drip from them. Trying my best to minimize my shaking, the chalk outlines soon turn red as I trace them out in a slow but steady pace. I have to take this carefully, I remind myself. My body can't afford to do this often. Every attempt meaning days of recovery. I'm already weak, and the winter's efforts hardly help. Hi, Jeannie. Welcome in. We are playing a dark game right now about dark magic. But there's supposed to be romance in it later. As the last of the white chalk turns to wine dark red, I stand once more and glance about. The moonlight reflects off the flesh, off the fresh blood, a slow trickle still dropping to the floor from my arm. A certain dissonance strikes me between the messy red spatters strewn across the floor and the intricate Byzantine patterns they form. The panic thought of this being some descent into madness briefly passes my mind. What madman, what crazed murderer could stand in such a spectacle and think themselves sane? Hi, Soda, welcome in. Is this the magic of friendship? I don't know. Right now, she's just practicing some like dark occult magic right now. And it's not good. It's no bueno. But she's supposed to find like some romance later. Rather than fear such thoughts, I treasure them as I close my eyes shut. They are confirmation that I've not yet lost my mind. I can still see this from the outside. I'm still human. It probably is reflecting off her flesh, since it's bleeding from herself, so often she's pretty pale. As the book says, I concentrate on imagining the symbols and patterns around me in my mind. My emotions begin to shift and ebb, my nerves somehow becoming swept along in a strangely calming sensation. As if caught in a river, my thoughts begin to flow. Rather than fight it as I first did, I allow the slow and uneasy trickle to take me, surrendering to the movements in my mind. Some are pleasant, others horrendous, but all prove fleeting and impermanent. Oh man, it's getting kind of loud now. What was a river soon becomes a torrent, identifiable memories and concepts becoming abstract and indistinct. Thoughts, feelings, sensations all merge together in a surging rush. All physical sense of my body long gone as every emotion pours through me at once. In the swirling and flowing mass, the bedrock below it all begins to sway in the swelling flood. My sense of self nudges and rocks at first, held by the deepest roots. Yes, little by little, against the surging flood. She gonna pass out is what she gonna do. Alright, there we go. Right, nice. I want to get past the scary music. Romance. My Kokoro uses blood to feel love, so maybe that's my tithe. So, yes. I think she was using a different kind of part, though. A different body part here. A tithe is a tax, so she needs to do a blood sacrifice every time to feel the love. Sounds really unhealthy. She wakes up back in the alley with a hangover. Yeah, to be fair, I don't think she's actually talking about this in love. She's not doing this to find love right now. Right now, she set the stage saying that she never really thought for herself, so she's kind of just been used to doing whatever people tell her to do. And this is the first time she found this book and started doing what the book told her to do. Not saying that's healthy, but just giving some background for those who are just joining us now. What, not the power of love and blood? I don't want to spoil it. We read a little bit about the synopsis, but hopefully we'll find out, what kind of relationships she'll be building when she wakes up. Ink, welcome in. How are you? Tamuji-sanji. Alright, Ellie, we'll see you a bit. See you in a bit. Don't listen to people. Listen to books. Got it. No! I'm just saying that's what she did. She's like, I never did anything for myself. And I still don't do anything for myself because I'm busy doing what a book tells me to do. I'm hurting your Kokoro. I'm sorry, Soda. I'm trying not to hurt your Kokoro. The soft grass gently presses against my cheek. The dew of early morning contrasting the sun's warmth. I do love the art style, though. The art's very pretty. Pretty good. How you been? How goes the tithe? We just started it, Ink, and I shared earlier, for anyone who's just joining us, this game does have pretty mature themes, so definitely go take care of yourself if these things don't resonate with you. But I was interested in this because I thought that it was a novel concept, and it takes place in Hokkaido, and there's magic. There's magic! And some other stuff coming up soon. So, yes. We're going to be checking out a different visual novel later on, which will have Victorian-era murder mystery. So I hope you all will stick around for that as well. Yeah, because then that'd be a heart attack and you go, ow, ow. Oh no, we don't want you to go, ow, ow, ow. Hope everyone is well. Me too. I hope you're doing well, Ink. Victorian-era Ikemen. Yes, we'll be looking at Victorian-era Ikemen after we look at the Hokkaido Ike women. I know Ikemen's not supposed to be used like that, but I'm using it like that. More visual novels and mystery? Yes. There's some really cool stuff coming out recently. This one just came out a couple days ago, I think. So, yeah. Super excited to check it out right now. Sign you up? Alright, Ink, we'll sign you up. My eyes slowly open, but my body feels too heavy to move. Far from being unexpected, it's now a familiar feeling. My mind too dull to do anything more. I silently watch the flowers before me gently sway in the breeze, while birds squawk in the far distance. It's all so different and so warm. One thing I will say, I haven't talked about it yet, but reading this out, this has been actually fairly delightful to read. Not because of the content per se, like the subject matter is very dark, but the diction they use is pretty fun. Most visual novels I read don't have this level of diction. I feel like I'm actually reading a novel, you know? Does that make sense? Like, yes, I play other visual novels, but they don't really read like novels. They read more like comic books. This reads like a full-blown novel, like with the kind of word choices they're using. The prose, yes, the prose, the diction, the word choice. This ambience is really nice. I like this. It's nice and, you know, nature. As opposed to that freaky ambience we were getting just a moment ago. As if waking from a terribly long sleep, I wearily pick myself up, and my senses slowly return. A cloudless blue sky hangs above, with the lush green of unkempt forests surrounding me. It's all so idyllic. Here, there's no bright red tower piercing a sullen sky. The world which stretches out before me couldn't be farther from the hustle and bustle of the city I've left. The warmth of spring and its many scents confuses my senses, jarred by the shift from the cold winter's night I left. Hi, Corgi, welcome in. And Jonah, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was Toho Project? Hi, Jonah. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? For those who don't know Jonah, please go check him out. Super friendly person. Likes to play a lot of different games, ranging from retro to newer releases. Has played things recently within the Toho series, as well as the Drakengard series. Did a whole playthrough marathon of the Legend of Zelda series. And has also checked out a number of other games like Tetris and the movie IP license games like The Emperor's New Groove. Please go check him out. Give him a lot of love. Cheer party cheer. Welcome Raiders. Heyo Raiders. Welcome, welcome. And for anyone new, welcome in once more. My name is Owlin. I'm a blue dog who likes to give you a cozy place to be. And today, we're checking out two visual novels. This first one is called A Tithe in Blood. It does feature mature themes around things like depression and some other mature topics. But I just want you to know, so if you have to go take care of yourself, please do. We just started, though, and it looks like we transported to a magical world away from the hustle and bustle of the city of Hokkaido. Toho was nice. Getting the hang of the first fighting one. On easy mode, though. That's okay, you gotta start somewhere. I'm glad you have a good time with it. Cheer, cheer, cheer. I think Toho features magical ladies, Jonah. This current game we're playing is gonna feature some magic in a bit. Dark magic, but it's gonna have magic. The only blemish on the scene is a column of faint smoke from workshops in the far distance, peeking above the tree canopies. It features a lot of magic. It has any yokai you can imagine and some Western stuff mixed in. Ooh. We haven't come across any yokai here, I think. We just followed a student's journey from school to her house, and then she did some like dark magic arts. And now she's in a forest. Magic worked! See? Magic! In fact, most girls in Toho are yokai? Oh, I didn't know that. I don't know why I thought they were all just mages or like shrine priestesses or something. But I also don't really know anything about Toho. That's a pretty forest, isn't it? We finally get to hear our heroine's voice, too. Honoka. I thoughtlessly say the words to nobody in particular. The nature of what I've done no less surreal to me now than the scant few other times I've successfully managed it. Unfortunately, my senses returning to me also means that pain is among them. I quickly set about rebinding my bandages, lest anyone here sees the scars now disfiguring my forearm. Groaning, I focus on making sure they're done tight and firm before fixing the ends once more. As much for myself as any other, I roll my sleeve back down afterwards to avoid the temptation to look. The two main characters of Toho are human. One is a shrine maiden, the other is a magician. Oh! Is the other one blue? I think I know the shrine maiden. One of my friends cosplayed as a shrine maiden. I think her name was Raimi or something. Ray? Maybe? And I think there's a blue one with ice. The magician is the witch one? Marissa? Okay, just kidding. I don't know who this is. Reimu. The shrine man is Reimu. Yes, okay. My friend definitely cosplayed as Reimu. I don't know Marissa. Unless Marissa is like the ice one. Maybe. I see that one around too. Like some with like ice... how do I describe this? Crystal? Like crystal wings? Marissa dressed in black and red, or black and white. Ooh, yeah, I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I know what Reimu looks like, and the ice one. I don't know the black and white one. That one is an ice fairy, Cerno. Ah, yes, Cerno, that sounds right. Fairy, got it. Okay. Cerno sounds right. I don't know Marissa, though, and I don't know black and white. I know Reimu, I know Cerno. I recognize them. Like, if it was like, who's that Pokemon? I could point to them. You don't know why they romanized it as Cerno? Oh, Seruno. I see. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just easier for people to say. Adjusting my glasses and dusting myself off my uninjured arm, I set off towards the town ahead. It's a Chi! The town of Sapporo. An empty horse-drawn tram trundles along past my field of vision, the steed's hunchbacked owner patiently letting it trot along at a leisurely pace. He pays me little heed as they pass, the clatter of hooves blending with the sounds of passers-by. You can just call her 9. Tsuruno? The shadows are small, so it must be around noon. The flow of time here always throws me off. As I so often do when I come to this place, I find myself just watching. Strolling through, as if in a daze, caught up in observing this strange and foreign world. Oh, it sounds like our heroine has actually been here multiple times, but I wonder why she goes back. Yet this foreign-feeling world is also strikingly familiar. For reasons unknown, the magic I've been attempting, transference, has reliably transported me here. When I should be in some other country, I instead arrive in the same location, but a century ago. The strangely dressed newcomer soon lost her novelty to the people here, few giving me so much as a passing glance as they go about their day. Words cannot express how glad I am for the attention fading. Perhaps I should be glad it's the Meiji era. My modern clothing would be just another strange dress to them. Some of those walking before me mix Japanese and Western fashion styles, even now, to varying degrees of success. A couple of children run by, happily chasing one another along the street. It all feels so different to the grayscale photos and dry documentaries about the Meiji era, or about history at all. The people here feel alive and varied, from the dour to the cheerful. Duma, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? What were you up to? Cheer, cheer, cheer. Welcome, raiders. Welcome in, Iduma. Thanks so much for the raid. Hope you had a fun time with your stream. Those who don't know Iduma, please go check them out. They are last seen playing through Sea of Stars. And for anyone new, welcome in once more. My name is Owlin. I'm a blue dog who likes to give you a cozy place to be. And today, we're checking out 2 visual novels. This first one is called A Tithe in Blood. A special thank you to Studio Elon for providing us a copy. Hi Duma, how was your stream? How was Sea of Stars? My idle stroll comes to an end as I reach my usual destination. Outside the kabuki venue stands the brightest person here, happily seeing off someone she'd been chatting to before noticing my arrival.
あら、またいらっしゃったのね。お帰りなさい、浅川さん。
Asakawa-san. Ooh, this is Yasue. Ooh. Very good. You beat the Dweller of Torment? Nice! GG on clearing that. Glad you had a good time. We're checking out this visual novel about a student from Hokkaido who uses dark magic to come visit this Meiji-era town. Asakawa-san. Tamujiji-san, do you like her? Do you like our heroine? Or do you like Yasue?
こんにちは、安江さん。元気そうで何よりです。
I want them to say her first name. I don't know if I'm saying it right. Honoka? Yes. Me too. 私も. She's very pretty.
前にも言ったでしょ、安江でいいって。せめて一人くらいは堅苦しいこと抜きでおしゃべりできる相手が欲しいの。
じゃあ、私のこともほのかって呼んで。
Ah, Honoka. Okay, yeah. I was saying it fine. Honoka. Despite my best efforts, I wilted before her sunny disposition as usual. I'm hardly even able to make eye contact as I mumble my reply. Yasue takes the comment in stride, her cheeks hinting at the smile hidden behind her fan. My arm suddenly aches from my wound, causing me to reflexively reach over and clutch it. Such pain is a constant reminder of the cost to get here. The tithe a normal person has to pay to mimic the magic afforded to mages. Okay, so she said it right there. I was interested in this game because they say they have mages, and I was like, that's so cool, I want to see the mages. true mages such as Yasue. Her magic is no less amazing to watch now as when I first saw it. With mages so few in number in the normal world, and those that do exist keeping a low profile, I'm in some ways blessed to meet one who uses their abilities so openly. Swoon, right, Meowly? Like, oh.
大丈夫？
I don't think she's alright, man. Her arm's messed up.
大丈夫。少し疲れただけだから。
No, not Tsukushi Tsukarere. You're not. you're Tsukushi Yabai Day. You're a little hurt. A little danger. Tsukushi Yabai. Accepting my waving off of her concern, Yasui turns to begin walking, casting a glance behind her to invite me. I quickly skip alongside as she begins to slowly stroll to the streets, stealing the occasional furtive glance at the woman as we go. Yabai Ure-san, Meowly Chi, she's doing dangerous stuff, she needs to chill out. While she's a pretty person in general, I never quite been able to place her age. I may be terrible at guessing such things normally, but it's her hair which throws me off entirely. I'd call it bleached white, but it looks natural despite her youthful face. Finding myself self-conscious, I run a hand through my bangs to neaten them, before adjusting my glasses just so. I'm not particularly good at things like fashion, but for this one person, I want to put in some kind of effort.
どこへ向かっているの？
Yeah, where are we going?
特に当てはないわ。今日の公演が終わったから少し散歩しようと思ったの。
Oh, I wonder if Yasui participates in kabuki? But I thought kabuki was a male thing only. I could be wrong.
一緒に過ごせて嬉しいわ。でも疲れたらすぐに行ってね。隠そうとしても分かっているのよ。無理をしてここに来ているのでしょ。
She does her best to make the remarks as gently as possible, but her point is made. I had been hoping she wasn't troubled over such things, but it's hardly the first time she's seen right through me.
何もかも夢みたい。札幌の街が100年前はこんな風だったなんて信じられない。
遠い未来の方にはさぞ古めかしく見えるでしょうね。
I don't know why, but I just kind of feel like if someone met someone from the future, they'd probably think it was like... I think they would do something about it. They'd be like scared, not chill.
どうしたの？急に考え込んで。
なんでもない。ここに初めて来た時のことを思い出していたの。
あの時のほのかったら迷子の子猫のようだったわね。この世界を見つけてくれたのがあなたみたいな女の子だなんて思いもしなかったわ。
Yasue punctuates her observation with a churlish laugh, raising my spirits. It is so natural that I thought it was a game made by a Japanese company, but Studio Elan is not a Japanese development company. That's great. Ah, yeah, actually, I want to say they're from China? Let me see. It says here, original story of approximately 70,000 words. Concept and writing by Suriko. Character designs and art by Kobuta. Fully original soundtrack by Claire De Luca. fully voice acted in Japanese. Story written in English with Japanese and simplified translations. Yeah, I don't know where Studio Elan is from. I don't know why I thought it was China, but I could be wrong. That's cool though. Sounds like you did a really good job. Oh boy, Attack on Never mind. Right or wrong. Bye. Morganza. Hello. Goodbye. As we head onto a side street, Yasue stops to greet a friendly hauler walking by. The man happily begins to chat as he adjusts the yoke across his broad shoulders, sacks of goods tied to either end. Not wanting to intrude, I let my thoughts drift back once again. I stumbled about in the grips of terror for some time, wandering into the town knowing nothing of where I was or how to escape. Nearly frozen in fright, I slinked along the side of the streets, onlookers struck by the bizarre clothing I wore. How fortunate I was for some children to run and fetch Yasue. When she first caught sight of me, I wondered which of the two of us was more surprised. She sensed I was of a different time than the others, and took me under her wing without a second thought. Morganza, no! Even now, I still feel like her helpless kitten. She doesn't know the scene in my world, which led to that first journey. I wonder if she'd think differently of me for it. As the hauler shuffles off and we start walking once more, Yasue speaks up. Few of our conversations are started by me, though she seems unperturbed by this. Not rigged, no, not rigged.
最近はどう？平穏な生活を送っていると言っていたわね。
平穏。そうかも。大学に行って、帰宅して、夕飯を食べて、寝るだけの変わり映えのしない毎日だから。
Every day, she goes to school, comes home, eats dinner and sleeps.
安江は？この世界は札幌だけで、札幌の人しかいないんでしょ？
This is gonna sound weird, but every time I see the word Sapporo, it makes me think of a beverage. And I never considered that maybe this was actually a location and not just a beverage. And maybe not just a beverage. I thought that was the name of a beverage company, and now I'm thinking, oh, I guess it's the name of the town that the beverage comes from. A good beverage. A bad witch, no! Yasue nods solemnly. I dislike reminding her of the fact, but I have only the most vague understanding of such things.
昔、私たちがこの世界に封印された時、ここは不変の世界となった。私たちにとって、今のこの姿が全てということなのでしょうね。
Oh, interesting. It sounds like the people here are sealed away. Maybe stuck in a world that doesn't age? I don't know.
と言っても、あなたが来るまで、ね。長い歳月を経て、現実世界から人が来た時は、言葉にできないほど驚いたわ。
Amai, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Nyambasu Ray, welcome in. Amai, how was your stream? What were you up to? Cheer, cheer, cheer. World of Warcraft. You wish you could stop aging. Welcome, Raiders. For those who don't know Amai, please go give him a follow and go check him out. He's a fellow team member Wampasu, likes to play a whole bunch of different games all at the same time. Has been playing through things like Wild Assault, World of Warcraft, sometimes some Onimusha, Breath of Fire, Clear Obscured, a whole number of different things. And was last seen playing through some World of Warcraft and some Onimusha. Am I playing WoW? Color, you shocked? There was a period when I wasn't playing WoW. At least not on stream. I remember. For anyone new, welcome in once more. My name is Owlin. I'm a blue dog who likes to give you a cozy place to be. And today, we're checking out 2 visual novels. This first one is called A Tithe in Blood. It was recently released a few days ago. And it is a dark yuri romance visual novel featuring dark magical arts. Later on, we're going to check out another visual novel with Victorian era murder mystery. So I hope you all will stick around and enjoy that with me as well. Am I playing WoW? No way. I would never. That was a better period in your life. Cheer, browse, cheer. But yes, if you haven't already, go check out Amai. Go give him a follow. Send him a lot of love. Super chill fox. Really, really cool games to see over there. Nice environment. Very friendly. I'm usually lurking there. So go check him out. She giggles once more, smiling to herself at the memory. How easily she laughs off her own past awkwardness. I feel like when I think about my past awkwardness, I groan. I go, ugh, I can't believe I did that. I have a strong impression of a very muscular manga called Golden Kamui that you recall as Hokkaido 100 years ago. So you were surprised to see such beautiful world depicted. Oh, I want to look this up. Golden Kamui, huh? I wonder if Kamui means something. Have you read this manga before, Chi? It's a war manga? Oh my. I thought with strong men, I thought this was a romance a romance manga. Oh, that's why Uri-san said very muscular. I see. I thought this was romantic. Uri-san, ren ai omoimasu. I thought it was a romance. Oh my god. Uri-san, nani? I don't know. Yabai. Yabai. Tabun. Tabun, yeah. Owlin, today's stream is sponsored by Blizzard, and today we're playing World of Warcraft. That'd be hilarious if Blizzard ever sponsored something like that. I don't think they sponsor much, but I don't know. I never actually looked. Yabai, yes, yabai. Uri-san, nani? Sora-san told Uri-san to watch. That's not true. Sora-san only watches Fist of the North Star. Fist of the North Star is not Golden Kamui. I know, Sora-san told me she only watches one manga, one anime. Fist of the North Star. Good old Fist of the North Star. Punch someone, they explode. I thought that was One Punch Man. The first impression I had of Yasui was perhaps the expected one. So many photos blend together of people in formal outfits, stiff poses, and stern, serious faces. While they may try to humanize history in school, there's only so much a museum trip or classroom lecture can do. My preconceptions would be dispelled in moments. In so many ways, she juxtaposed her ladylike properness with a carefree spirit. These are actually fairly complex words. Juxtapose is a fairly complex word. I'm kind of curious if the translator is capturing how complicated these words are. Her hair is lavishly cared for, yet flows freely rather than being tied up. Her speech is archaic and uses long, obsolete words, only for her to chat naturally and openly. She dresses traditionally, yet gestures widely and wears her emotions on her sleeve. I know full well I'll be going over every conversation we've had in my head for days, if not weeks, to come. Angsting over every misstep or hesitation, and overthinking every expression or pause. I was about to ask, is this lady me? But then I was gonna say, no way. I don't do that dark art stuff. But sometimes I do kind of like overanalyze a lot of what I say sometimes. Like, oh, I hope that was taken properly. Voodoo. Morgana, she was doing voodoo. She did bad, dark magical art to get here. The dark arts. Yeah, she was doing dark arts. Oh my. It's not good for her. Yet Yasui will do no such thing. Everything flows off her. It's graceful in a manner, albeit not quite in the way I expected that word to be used, for someone of an era barely past samurai and daimyo. I don't know if she believed in that, Morgana. Now you're imagining Alan performing the dark arts? Get you a little witch hat? No! I don't do the dark arts. I do think about what I say, and sometimes, like I said, groan to myself like, why'd I say that?
がっかりさせたらごめん。でも、私にできるなら、あなたをこの世界から助け出したいの。
Oh yeah, for anyone just joining us, it sounds like the lady on the right, she's stuck in this world that never, I guess, moves in time. Time is frozen, I think. And the lady on the left did the bad magic art to come over here, but she somehow has a way to go back to her timeline.
あなたは偉大な魔術師ではないでしょうけれど、知り合えて本当に嬉しいと思っているの。この世界に初めて来たのが、むしろほのかのような人でよかったわ。
Not knowing how to best react to her praise, I bashfully look away. My driving desire to be complimented is one of my uglier traits. I can only hope it's one of the few things Yasui hasn't perceived in me. I soon realize I've begun rubbing my arm out of anxiety. For all her praise, I still feel as if I'm telling a lie by omission. How would a mage react to finding the one before them is some regular person mimicking their abilities through such methods? Severlin Snaup, Professor of the Dark Arts? No, I'm not Sneverlin. I'm not Snelferlin. Snaup. Yeah, I don't know if the lady on the right knows that Yasui, the lady on the right, I don't know if she is aware that Honoka actually is not a mage. She's just doing, again, dark arts to mimic what actual mages can do.
一つ聞いてもいいかしら。答えたくなければ無理にとは言わないわ。
ええ。
ほのかはおいくつかしら。あれほどの術を使う魔術師にしてはずいぶんお若そうね。
Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, she thinks she's a mage. Yasui thinks Honoka's a mage. Uh-oh. The jump in topic forces me to think over the answer for a moment. I can't will myself to tell the truth when she gives such a convenient excuse not to.
少し前に20歳になったばかりかな。
Oh.
ということはまだ。
She trails off before finishing her sentence, her expression concerned. I'm left at a loss for words, only growing worse as the spark of the realization brightens her face.
安江？
来て、後悔はさせないわ。
Oh, she's winking. What's going on? Once again, I find myself working to catch up with the cheerful woman. Mage in Norwegian means belly and stomach. You're welcome? Wait, mage or mage? Is it said the same way in Norwegian? Dim lamps struggle to illuminate the tables around us. The izakaya is air-filled with the chatter of patrons and a heavy scent of tobacco. With liquor flowing freely and so many in the tight space, the air is taking on a distinctly muggy feel. Many of the animated faces around us flushed a bright red. My gaze rests upon the waitress skittering from table to table, dainty feet in sandals tapping quickly to keep up with the pace of orders. It's a little uncanny. Everything about the experience is so close to a normal restaurant, yet just different enough to throw me off. We are odd here. Yes, it's called mage. So when someone says, "Get in my tummy," you say, "Get in my mage." As always, I do my best to avoid accidentally catching the eye of anyone in particular. Yasue does no such thing, instead, looking at me with an indulgent smile.
どういうこと？私の誕生日祝いならこんなことしてくれなくてもいいのに。
It's your birthday? I guess she said she just turned 20, but I didn't quite piece together she turned 20 recently. Within the past couple days. I wasn't reading very well, I guess. At this, Yasue makes a show of pouting. Look at her face. She's like, you just had a birthday. It's time for us to celebrate your birthday. Look at her face. She's like, how dare you? I want to go to Izakaya for your birthday.
ほのかはいつもそう。私があなたのために何かしようとすると遠慮するの。あなたの世界にも素敵なものはたくさんあるでしょうけれど、たまにはこちらの世界を堪能してちょうだい。
I need to listen to how she said that. You never let me spoil you. Alright, yeah, I can't read this. あなたは、なんとかして私になんかやかちさません。 You never let me spoil you.
遠慮してるわけじゃないわ。ただ、
大将、こちらのお嬢さんに地元のビールをお願い。
The man beyond the counter, as yet unseen, yells out his agreement in a hoarse voice.
ちょっと待って。私、20歳になったばかりだし、まだ飲んだことがないのよ。
Uh-oh. Wait. I don't know what the rules and regulations are for that, for consuming these kind of beverages in Japan. Is it 20 or 21? I know some places you gotta be 21 to consume these kind of beverages. Maybe in Japan it's 20.
ならちょうどいいわ。今試してみましょうよ。
Ding ding ding, is 20, Uri-san? Over here you need to be 21. I easily give up my protest in light of how happy she is to be treating me like this. I had been too shy to fumble my way through dealing with the bar, and I wouldn't know what alcohol would be good to start with in the first place. Is she gonna get a Sapporo? Are they gonna feed her Sapporo for her birthday? I'm wondering, they're in a place called Sapporo, and Yasue just said biru, so I'm just wondering. Our drinks arrived quickly, the old man, perhaps the owner, personally bringing the bottles and glasses to our table. Yasue doesn't notice my confusion as she stops to pull out the cork in each. Even I know these usually have bottle caps. Sapporo. Have you tried it before, Uri-san? When I went to a... what was it called? I forget what the name of it is right now. It's not izakaya, but it's like a barbecue, kind of like izakaya. I don't think it was Korean barbecue. Anyway, I went to some place kind of like an izakaya, and my friends got the Sapporo. It was interesting. I don't normally drink those kind of drinks. Pero. There was one. I remember it because one of the people in my friends group, they were like, we gotta get Asahi, I think is what it was called. The other one said, we gotta get Sapporo. Yakiniku, maybe that was it. I don't remember. It's many years ago. It was many years ago. But I remember distinctly the two of them were arguing what was better. They were like, no, you gotta get Asahi. I think it was called Asahi. Maybe this? I think? Versus Sapporo. They were like really eager to argue why they think one was better than the other. Run, run as fast as you can't catch me on the gingerbread man. Whoosh. Yakiniku, maybe that was it. It was a long time ago. Yonju-sen, what the? Yasui quickly obliges, passing him 2 odd silver coins. This is the first time I've actually seen sen being used. Regardless, the man cheerfully takes them before hobbling back off past the curtain. Yakiniku, oishii, yes, very tasty. I hadn't taken her for a beer drinker, but she's clearly looking forward to this more than I, as she gives an eager smile. Trying to paper over my confusion, I quickly take one of the bottles in hand. Supporting it in one hand and tipping with the other, I gently pour the amber liquid in the cup, now held by my senior's delicate, spindly fingers. Tamajiri-san, no! This is apple juice! Ringo no juice! Sapporo janai desu. Ringo no juice desu. Tabun. EK women, yes. No, Tabuji-san. Actually, you know what's interesting? I don't know if I could show it. I want to say people care about the foam level. The foam here looks kind of tiny. I think some people like the foam to be like that big. Like this big. And other people like it like this, I guess, tiny. Kure kure kure. Tamujiji-san. Lurking during tabletop RPG. Have a great stream, Alan. Good Apple Boy, so good to see you. Thank you so much for the lurk. I really appreciate that. Can we get a shout out for Good Apple Boy? Please enjoy your time with tabletop RPG. Great Cat just got the zoomies from seeing the drink, am I? Yasue returns the gesture soon after, an inviting, thick, foamy head forming on the glass I cradle. The calmly bubbling beer gives off a floral scent. A sharp contrast to the mess of crimson which brought me here, the smell of blood now uncomfortably familiar. I peer over my drink to Yasue, her gaze patiently gauging my reaction. Perhaps it's my distrust of others, or my own anxieties causing me to overthink every gesture. But I find myself unable to plainly accept what should be a kind gesture.
こんなことしてもらって本当にいいの？私、安江に何もしてあげてないのに。安江はいつも優しいね。
あら、自分の誕生日を祝いたくないの？
Yeah, you don't want to celebrate your birthday? Which I totally understand. Not everyone wants to celebrate their birthday.
そうじゃないの。ただ。
I'd expected Yasui to defend herself. Instead, she stares at me intently, as if examining an interesting specimen before her. Maybe this is no different to how we've been interacting this whole time. Another one of her elaborate plays, but this time without a script to hand. Each of us left to take our cues from the other, judging and moving in step with the other. As a particularly rowdy patron gives a boisterous laugh beyond us, Yasue smiles and closes her eyes in defeat.
ごめんなさい。押し付けがましかったかもしれないわね。
Would you all take this birthday present? They're like, it's your birthday. I want to go treat you out to this izakaya.
新しい方が来るなんて本当に久しぶりで。
Oh no, Hisashiburi.
いつかあなたを失うかもと思うと少し怖いの。
Aww. Of course she'd be scared. She's been sealed away for so long. Everyone here has been. That I'm important enough for Yasui for her to feel that way about me, even if it's only by circumstance, is oddly nice. It's been so long since I felt needed by someone. The least I can do is appreciate her generosity.
約束する。これからもできるだけここに来る。この世界はタイムカプセルみたいで、学生としても興味があるし。そういうわけだから飲もう。私の誕生日のためじゃなくて、二人の約束のために。
Her smile is enough of an answer, the pent-up tension in my body releasing. An odd sense of purpose sparks inside of me, the first I've perhaps felt in my life. With that, we both lift our glasses to our lips and take a long sip. In the end, I only had a few sips of the bitter stuff. Thankfully, Yasui was only too happy to oblige in drinking both our bottles, and a couple more besides. It seems the taste of alcohol will take some getting used to. I had heard that drinking before evening is odd, let alone at noon. Yasui seems to hardly care though, her face now flushed, and gestures decidedly more animated. Of all the images I had of a lady from the Meiji era, the joyful, carousing woman skipping beside me isn't one of them. As she gives me a slightly uneven smile, I offer a polite bow.
ありがとう、安江。今日は楽しかった。あんまり飲めなくてごめん。もっと慣れなきゃね。今度飲みたくなったらまた付き合ってよ。
喜んでご相伴に預かりましょう。
Perhaps it's the drink, or simple tiredness, but I find the corners of my mouth lifting, just a little. Girlfriend, I hope you had some water and some bread. I wonder if the stupor will last in the real world, now that I think of it. She needs water and bread. She needs rest. The passing thought only reminds me of the greater lie. Perhaps it's genuine honesty after hearing her own, or the drink make me less inhibited, but I want to tell her the truth.
安江、伝えたいことがあるの。私があなたをこの世界から出してあげられない理由は、方法がわからないんじゃない。魔術師じゃないからよ。あなたと違って私は普通の人間なの。
普通の人間。Another person.
でも、ならどうやってこの世界に？
As I glance about at the people going about their day around us, Yasui senses my want for privacy.
こちらへ。
After a fair hike well beyond the town's limits, we arrive at the edge of the forest surrounding Sapporo. There's a peaceful serenity to this place that I've yet to find in my own world.
思い悩んでいることがあるなら言ってちょうだい。あなたのことなら何でも受け入れるわ。
The fact that she cares should make me feel happy, but it stings my heart so. She doesn't know. She couldn't know. Taking a long breath to steady myself, I look down in shame and pull my left sleeve upwards, tug by tug. Before long, the bandages show. Their length chases further and further up my arm. The beige gauze, discolored by a blotch of bright scarlet. The beige gauze, discolored by a blotch of bright scarlet. Fresh blood is pulled by now, the wound still proving sore as my sleeve drags over it. As I dare to look up at Yasui, the woman wears a mournful expression. It's striking compared to her gentle demeanor.
あなた、自分に一体何をしたの?
She did some bad stuff, girlfriend. Yasui, she did bad stuff.
実は私にもどうなっているのかわからない。ずっと昔に誰かが書いた本に普通の人間が後天的に習得した魔法の力を呼び起こす方法が書かれていたの。仕組みはよくわからないけど、その本の通りにやるとこの世界に来られるようになったの。でもそれを発動させるには血が必要で、その本はイタリア語で書かれていて血の魔法っていうみたい。
In response to my fast-paced explanation, her eyes close. I can see the gears turning inside. The connection between my general frailty and rapid exhaustion when visiting now plain.
Honoka.
I know what she's going to say next. Neither of us want to hear the words.
別に死ぬわけじゃないから、そりゃ体に負担はかかってるけど、これくらい。お願い、もう来るななんて言わないで。安江にもっと会いたいの。
She thinks for some time before giving a heartbreaking smile of defeat.
来させないなんてことはできないわね。
I'd rather she have scolded me. Without any further defense to be made, I fall silent while looking at nothing in particular.
ほのか、自分を大事にね。あなたと知り合えてどんなに嬉しいかわからないでしょうね。でもお願いだから自分の命を危険にさらすようなことはやめてちょうだい。わかってもらえるかしら。
Espresso, thank you for the lurk. Please enjoy your lurk. I really appreciate you being here. Yeah, me too, Espresso. Right back at you.
心配させてごめんなさい。
As I scuff my feet in the grass in angst, I notice Yasui's shadow moving nearer. By the time I look back up, my body freezes at how close she's come. Without a word, she reaches out with those long, dainty fingers and grasps the corner of my glasses, subtly evening their position on my face. With that, Yasui steps back and smiles simply.
そういうのはね、私たち年長者がすることなのよ、おバカさん。
Her point made, Yasui's smile slowly wears off. The time to say goodbye draws near. When the next visit will be is difficult to say, but the fact it will come is certain. I'm not sure if it's imagined or not, but I feel Yasui's become more comfortable with that fact. Understandable for a mage seeing their first visitor in 100 years.
ほのか、お大事に。
ありがとう。またね。
Oh my goodness. Batman. Yampasu, blood voodoo. Yes, it's a tithe in blood. She's doing some dark magic to visit her friend in Meiji era Japan. Batman, welcome in. Yampasu is not the kind of expression I thought when I'm seeing this picture. Uri-san fugu. My head presses to the hard wood beneath, its hard, cold surface rousing me. Leerily opening my eyes, I let myself stay in place as my senses slowly returned to me. The smell of musty books, chalk, and blood plays on my nose, the scents making an unpleasant concoction. Rich, Doggy, Moogle. Welcome in, Rich. Welcome in, Vanilla. Welcome in, Trolling. Welcome in, Barrelin. Welcome, readers. Rich, how was your stream? Oh my goodness, you're playing Oracle of Ages? Is that your first time? Welcome in, Celerate. For those who don't know Rich or Richie Kupo, please go check them out. They play a lot of different games, usually a variety in the retro era. Last seen playing through Legend of Zelda Oracle of Ages, but have previously played a number of point-and-click adventure games, a lot of shooter games, and some really old like DOS games. I can't remember the names of them, but I saw a lot of different kind of game genres and games for different eras. You played as a kid, but you forgot most of it. I feel the same way. Rich, actually, when people like ask me what my favorite Zelda games are, I usually think of the Oracle games. I think of Ages and Seasons, but I don't really remember them, which feels really weird to say. Like, I remember the final bosses, I remember this giant quest, and then some really cute animals. But that's about it. But it left such a good impression on me that I was like, yep, that's my favorite one. I like those two. He's doing real good? I bet. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. But yeah, if y'all haven't already, go check out Rich. Really fun vibes over there. A lot of interactive elements in their stream, and a lot of really cool games to showcase as well. For anyone new, welcome in once more. My name is Owlin. I'm a blue dog who likes to give you a cozy place to be. And today we're checking out a couple of visual novels. We are starting with A Tithe in Blood. This game does feature some dark and mature themes, so just as a heads up, do take care of yourself if you need to. But essentially what's happening is our heroine here is using blood magic to go visit Meiji era in Japan and check out mages. She's visiting a mage. But yeah, she just got back visiting the Meiji era and is on the ground now after performing the dark ritual. We are going to check out another visual novel later on about a Victorian era murder mystery. So if that sounds interesting to you, I hope you'll stick around and check it out with us. I feel so chilled out right now. This is great. Oh, thank you. I hope I'm saying it right. Paga Panda? Paga Panda, welcome in. The Meiji era. Yes, the Meiji era with the mages. I didn't even think about that. Very cozy stream. Thank you, Rich. I appreciate it. My body feels impossibly heavy. The stupor seems to be gone entirely, lost to the world I just left. But the experience of transference takes a heavy toll on my strength. Forcing myself to stand, I stagger to my feet, with a hand on my desk for support. I find myself unable to do anything but stand idle in the cold, empty room. My tired eyes stare blankly out the window, the moon's dim light reflecting off the bare branches of winter. Silence hangs in the air, moonlight illuminating motes of dust floating in the evening's darkness. My head feels empty, no matter how hard I try to form so much as a fleeting thought. Simple exhaustion, I tell myself. With little desire to do anything else, I begin the walk to the bathroom before settling in for the night. The floor still bears the scars of my work, the book which started it all laying open amid a disorganized desk. I'll get some cleaning supplies and wash off some of the mess, I think to myself. Sometime.
「夏の花は枯れ、秋の葉は落ちる。移ろいゆく世界に私たちは抗う運命にある。人間の永遠の愚行に対して、そして冬の雪が舞い降りる。」
I love the artwork, it's so gorgeous. It was like the first thing that attracted me when I saw this game. And then, yes, the Meiji era mages. Yes, that was the second thing that was like, I want to check this out. Morgansta, what is that? Avada? Nope, there's the dangerous book.
もう来るななんて言わないで。安江にもっと会いたいの。
この世界に初めて来たのが、むしろほのかのような人でよかったわ。
私はいつもどんなに些細なことでも世の中を正したいって思ってる。
あの生活を裏で支えていたものを知ってからは、自分の手が血で汚れているように思えてならなかった。
結構よ。私を憎みたければ憎めばいい。
We haven't met any of those people. We've only met these two ladies.
タイズ・イン・ブラッド。血のちぎり。
Act 1, Scene 2, The Free-Spirited Librarian. With the taste of coffee from the station lingering in my mouth, I idly watch the scenery scroll by with weary eyes. Another day begins, my daily routine now so deeply ingrained that getting to the university requires little more than muscle memory. While I may want to visit Yasue again, practicing blood magic won't be possible until my body has some more time to recover. Until then, I have little choice but to live out another day in this world. I counted among my worst traits, but I've always had a tendency to eavesdrop. My attention drifts from one conversation between passengers to another, living vicariously through others without the bother of involvement in their lives. Others seem to be in a good mood from overheard clips of conversation. One salary man talks to another about looking forward to the end of the week, being a Friday. Schoolboys chat about their plans for the weekend and the new game they're into. My life may have stopped, but those of others have kept moving. Plucking my phone from my bag for a distraction, I begin to check various messaging apps to get across what I'd missed. Plans are made and rumors spread, while cute pictures and jokes are posted. While I might have tried to keep in contact with friends from previous schooling, we inevitably drifted apart without the connection of being classmates. These days, such morning browsing just covers the day's news and message board threads. It's funny how different this is to Yasue's time. She couldn't. Uh-oh. The screeching of the train's brakes puts an abrupt halt to my thoughts, people yelping in surprise at the unexpected shuddering. The stop is so sudden that I'd have fallen if not for putting a foot out in front of me. Momentary chaos at an end, I right myself and slip my phone back into my bag. Discontented passengers question and murmur as the train comes to a stop far from any station, soon quieting as a monotone voice from above echoes throughout the carriage. Oops, there's the G-Co. They had an accident. The short, almost curt message only causes more consternation among the passengers. Others around me begin to quietly chat between themselves, some wondering if a train ahead of us broke down, or if the bitter cold has caused line problems. Some wonder aloud if someone's died, the scandalous excitement to their whispers barely hidden. Seconds turn to minutes, the train showing no signs of moving for some time yet. The more impatient passengers pace about the aisle, though most settle into reading books or phones. JD and Yumpasu, welcome in. We're playing a visual novel right now. A yuri romance visual novel about a lady who does dark arts to visit her friend from 1,000 years ago. With the heat inside only growing more stifling, I look out at the snow-covered world outside with some longing. As I do, a movement catches my eye from the tracks below. Uh-oh. Catching a glimpse of blue, I realize I've seen something I shouldn't have. A man in light blue coveralls slowly makes his way along the gravel towards the front of the train, his face downcast. Dirty held a large roll of blue tarpaulin under his right arm. I've seen that material in the news. There's only one reason it would be used here and now. Oh. Suddenly finding myself restless, I turn back towards the other passengers. All that faces me is a scene of mild discontent at their mundane routine disrupted, ignorant to the cause. Without anything to do with the knowledge I have, I simply take out my phone and begin to scroll through the news feeds once more. And so, one more passenger discontentedly waits for their routine to resume. The day slowly draws to an end. My last daylight hours spent in the university library, as they often are. The desk where the elderly librarian once sat lies empty, her shawl left draped over the chair's back as a small, perhaps unintended, tribute. Ever since she retired, the school had struggled to hire another. The two of us had a shared silent agreement. I often remained in the library long past closing time, allowed to study while providing quiet company to the old lady as she worked to close up for the day. I enjoyed our quiet coexistence, free from expectations of more. A book sliding into place on a shelf ahead rouses me from my reverie. The new librarian busily working away. Well, she looks cute. One Shino Kikuchi, according to the email which introduced the newest member of staff. Only hired in the last month, she's a stark difference from her elder in so many ways, not the least of which being her age. If I had to guess, she'd be in her early 20s at most. At least one thing is alike between them. She, too, lets me stay well into the evenings. Perhaps the old librarian passed a note to her. I'm thankful in any case. I hate being an imposition, but the school provides a far better environment for studying, given the solitude and loneliness of my faraway home. Looking back down to the book before me, a mundane bit of research material for my course, the words begin to dance as I try to read. The more I try to focus on the passages, the more my thoughts skate away. The same happened with lectures throughout the day. One shudder or another in those last moments before the train stopped was what a human's life ending feels like. In that instant, their wanderings in this world ended. Yet, I have no other to tell. The same goes for the bandages running up my arm. They serve as an ever-present reminder of how little I have in common with anyone around me.
もっと早くに言っとくべきだったよね。付き合ってくれてありがとう。
The unexpected voice from the shelves ahead makes my head jerk upwards. I hadn't realized how rattled I'd been from the morning's experience, my heart only now returning to its normal pace, now that I have a distraction. Like so many others, the woman wears a smile so easily. I can't help but muse how odd she looks for a librarian, from her athletic clothing to how every movement belies a barely suppressed energy.
私こそ長居させてくれてありがとう。
Evidently bored of her menial work in shelving books, Shino takes my reply as an invitation to have a proper conversation. Setting down the book in her hand, she comes over and spins a chair about, sitting herself sideways in a rather inelegant way. While the relationship between Yasue and I may have a certain push and pull as we feel out each other's boundaries, Shino has no such concerns. Even now, her bright eyes move from me to the textbook in my hands, happily seizing on an opening to get closer to me.
イタリア語を読めるの？すごいじゃん。私も言語はいくつか知ってるよ。世界とつながってるって感じがするよね。
Oh, she's smart. Excellent.
そうかも。私は単位のためだけど。
Oh, I wonder what her degree is in. So she wants to chat. That too is the difference between Shino and the previous librarian. One I like rather less. Something throws me off about her. All the more so now that we're close. I can't quite put my finger on it though. Making me feel bad once again for being so distrustful towards someone so friendly. As if in answer to my want to end the conversation, a playful ping resounds from Shino's pocket. Her hand dives into her pocket, quickly retrieving her phone to examine the message. I like the music too, Uri-san. It's rather nice and pleasant, like calming. It's a very interesting design choice because our heroine clearly has some, I guess, troubles with her loneliness and her feelings. But it seems whenever she's actually in a one-on-one situation with someone, she just says she doesn't trust them, but she feels a little at ease. Like she, I think she values having some kind of connection, even if it's not full trusting just yet. Her face lights up as she starts reading, the woman looking like a child given a new toy as she begins scrolling something or another with her full attention. I don't particularly mind. We all have our appointments and such. A minute or so later, she fumbles with the on-screen Kana keyboard, slowly dragging her thumb across the grid to carefully type in her reply. Noticing my slightly baffled staring upon sending her message, she gives a grin.
こういうのって本当にすごいよね。一昔前はただのチャットスペースだったのに、今じゃサイバースペース全部がポケットの中に収まるんだもん。世界中の誰とでも簡単につながれるし、図書館の蔵書も丸ごと収容できちゃう。
What an antiquated way of speaking. I've never heard cyberspace used by anyone. At least, not without a thick sense of irony. Without intending to, I let my confusion show on my face.
あれ、なんか変なこと言ったかな。
別に。ただ、最近はみんなスマホに慣れてると思ってたから。
She quickly puts her phone away into a pocket and takes to her feet once more, slightly embarrassed for my picking up on it.
ああ、それはなんていうか。
Look at her sweating. She's like, uh-oh.
私はほら、田舎育ちだから、こういうのを使うようになったのってつい最近のことでさ。コンピューターとかスマホとかまだ慣れてなくて。
Oh, Shino, it's okay. I totally get that feeling. My family didn't have like cell phones until like way later, so I get the feeling. I can't believe this is how we're talking about her. I suppose being a country bumpkin would explain it. Though, I thought even the most remote corners of Japan would at least have the cheaper smartphones around by now. If someone like Shino finds phones so exciting, maybe Yasue will too. Getting any signal for internet across is obviously a non-starter though. You can't show Shino phones. It's gonna blow her mind. Or not Shino, you can't show Yasue phones. That's gonna blow her mind. It'll probably blow Shino's mind too.
じゃあ、どうして都会に来たの？
一言で言えば冒険かな。いろんな仕事を転々としてその時々に興味があることをやってる。
ここの仕事も次が見つかるまでのつなぎってこと？どれくらいいるの？
She gives a simple shrug.
飽きるまでかな。
Oh, interesting. Sumaranai. What an odd attitude. I'd vaguely heard of people who drift from job to job as their whims take them, but this is my first time meeting someone like that. I'd be lying if I said I weren't a little envious of her approach to things.
それって大変じゃない？
別に心のありようさえずれてなければ生きるのはぐんと楽になるよ。これだって思える生き方があればいいよね。私はいつもどんなちっぽけなことでも正しい形にできたらなって思ってる。軸さえぶれなきゃ目の前で起きてることもあんまり気にならなくなるんじゃないかな。
Aw, she's pretty wise. Her words are said with such an innocent naivety that I'm thrown off by the strange woman before me. It's not that I disbelieve that a drive to accomplish something is good, but more that it's hard to believe someone when they so earnestly cling to it. Our heroine is so jaded, so lonely and so jaded. Practically anything I've gotten myself into of late would be problematic to actually discuss with someone else, leaving me with nothing to continue the conversation. Thus, the distance between myself and others grows that little bit more. That isn't to say the carefree librarian is wrong, though. If there's any cause, any single thing I can believe in, it's freeing Yasui from the sealed world. She, of all people, doesn't deserve that fate, and I alone had the knowledge to even find her. Prompted by the thought of Yasui, my mind soon begins wandering of its own accord. If Shino wants to talk, I might as well try to get something useful out of her.
魔術師のこと何か知ってる？
急に話題が変わったね。
ついこの前医者をやってる魔術師の記事を読んだの。それでちょっと気になって。
That's not entirely a lie. The odd news article or documentary about mages catches my eye these days, now that I know one. Shino shifts about, discomforted by the subject. She quickly tries to paper over her reaction upon realizing I've noticed.
気になる存在ではあるよね。珍しいから実際に魔術を使っているところなんてなかなかお目にかかれないし。
I wonder if Shino is a mage. What if Shino is a mage and that's why she goes from job to job?
それもそうだけど、全く違う人生を歩んできた人がすぐそばにいるのに、誰もそれに気づかないって不思議だなって、そう思わない？
平均的な魔術師は普通の人とあまり変わらない。なのに魔術に不信感を持たれちゃうのは残念だよね。この町の魔術師は目立たないようにしてるみたいだけど。それに力の強い魔術師となれば話は別じゃない？ヨーロッパだともっと堂々と暮らしてるみたいだし、古くから続く血統の魔術師は城を持ってることもある。自然の法則を破れるなら政府が手出しできる相手じゃないしね。
This lady knows too much about mages. She must be a mage.
だからこそみんな魔術師に対して慎重になるんだろうね。異質なものを恐れるのは人の常だもん。
I can only imagine how powerful a mage must have been to seal away a whole portion of the world. The entirety of old Sapporo and its people, carved away from reality and lingering for an eternity. How anyone there hasn't gone mad is beyond me. Shino's earnestness is no less visible on this topic than the last. Her angst over people's dislike of mage is quite clear. She hardly seems the type to hide her feelings, earning her some degrees of trust. Even if I do dislike her nosiness. Realizing the time is getting on as the sun begins to set further, I file away Shino as a potential source of information as I get up and slide the book into my bag.
もう帰るの？疲れすぎないうちに帰らなきゃ。今日も長居させてくれてありがとう。
いつでも大歓迎。広い図書館で一人きり、延々と本を片付け続けるだけなんて寂しいもん。
Shino seems really cute, not gonna lie. With that, I give an appreciative nod before pulling my coat from the seat and slinging it over my shoulders, my bag following before I start shuffling out of the library. It wasn't a lie that I needed to head back before I got too tired, but the reason goes unsaid. Tonight, I'll renew my efforts on studying my other reading material. If I'm to devote myself to some cause or another, then that cause will be something only I can do. My concerns already begin to feel fleeting as I focus myself on the task ahead. From now, my purpose in life will be freeing Yasui from her gilded cage. Act 1, Scene 3, A Different Time. Sword and spear ring out as they clash, voices bellowing and men falling as their vibrant cloth swirls about in the violence. No less vivid are the heartfelt expressions, from the deepest fury to a most devastating anguish. From my seat in the audience, I watch on silently with rapt fascination. Oh my goodness. Jushingura, the treasury of loyal retainers. Jushingura, a tale of 47 Ronin and their quest to avenge their master, caught between loyalty to their late lord and duty to the shogunate. The story reaches its bloody conclusion, the villain cut down and their lord's spirit at peace. For going against the shogun, however, all will sacrifice themselves for their deeds. Soda-san loves samurais? Were these samurais? I thought they said they were Ronin. The sword, Soda-san. Uri-san. It's a stirring performance, the actors' heartfelt cries and gestures feeling more visceral than any picture on a screen. Like most my age, I thought theater a little old-fashioned, obsoleted by movies and TV shows. How wrong I was. Ronin is a type of samurai. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't actually know the different, details, I suppose. The crowd's applause, joined by my own, echoes about as the heavy curtain draws across the stage. Another fine work coming to an end. The play is apparently frequently performed here, being very popular in its time, and a favorite of Yasue. Oops, 1 second, folks. I'll be right back really quick. 1 second. Oh, thank you all for your patience. My doggies really had to go. Choppy, welcome in. Uri-san, nomimasu. Hai. Mizu o nomimasu. Pardon me. Welcome in, Choppy. All right, let's continue. We just, I think, saw a performance. The crowd's applause, joined by my own, echoes about as the heavy curtain draws across the stage. Another fine work coming to an end. The play is apparently frequently performed here, being very popular in this time, and a favorite of Yasue. It's no wonder either. This is a heartfelt tale of honor in an era in search for a cause. In this tumultuous upheaval of feudal society becoming a modern imperial power, it's inevitable that many will remember a simpler, somewhat fictional past. True Shingura even resonates with someone like me. It isn't that honor doesn't exist anymore in my own time, albeit in a different form, but that it's distant. Something you only hear about on the news. Uri-san-chi, Tadaima. The curtains soon withdraw once more, slowly revealing the performers and their director. Yasue stands at the center of the stage, bowing with so many men flanking her. Some are sturdy, while others are slender. Some elegant, and others brutish. All natures and appearances are represented, each having given their all in the grand play. Yet, not one of the actors was human. And that's crazy, she conjured a bunch of people with magic. Another round of applause ensues from the crowd, who are no less delighted by the illusion of the performance itself. Of course, I'm among them. No matter how many times I see it, Yasue's magic still amazes me. Can she make pizza appear? She should, Davy. That'll be the greatest magic trick. Instant pizza that I can eat. With little to occupy myself with following the play, and little desire to intrude on the lives of others, I quietly wait for Yasue outside the large venue. A task made easier by the cool night air. Life goes by slowly here. That contrast is one of the most jarring things about our two worlds. Even the most patient modern people have a sense of urgency about them. They're always thinking of things they need to do, people to meet, and news to read. Here, the old man urging his horse on simply pines for a meal and bath. His day's work over. As Yasue finally leaves the venue, I call out to her. The way her shoulders relax a little when she sees me waiting doesn't go missed.
楽しんでもらえたかしら？
ええ、とても。普段歌舞伎や舞台なんて無縁の生活だけど、それでも感動したよ。
Yasue gives an indulgent smile at the praise, the two of us starting on our way down the street. It's hard to believe that the road we walk is the very same one I've so often visited downtown, the street layout uncannily familiar. Even as we walk, the odd passerby gives an appreciative bow or word of thanks to Yasue. Her only response each time is a humble, almost shy, bow. Yasue must be one of those grand mages Shino mentioned, yet she herself never mentioned how powerful she was. Far from finding herself flustered by those around us, she instead turns to me for conversation.
一つ聞きたいことがあるの。現代でもまだ歌舞伎は人気があるのかしら？私の劇場はまだ残っていて。
I feel a little pained by her clear hope for a different answer than I can give. In a world of movies, phones, and streaming, theater is largely relegated to the more culturally refined. Modernity continued unquestioned. Her theater is little more than a small plaque in the real world, one of the many minor landmarks commuters unknowingly walk by every day. Were it not for Yasue's interest in the topic, I wouldn't have noticed the unremarkable sign myself. Said plaque never mentioned Yasue, though. Odd, for someone who seems to have been practically created the venue's reputation.
今はいろんな娯楽があるから、劇場に通ってるのは年配の方が多いかな。でも本州だとまだ観客は多い方。札幌は本州ほどじゃないけど、アマチュアのって素人上がりの人たちの歌舞伎が時々上演されてる。
I try to put a positive spin on it as I can, but the slight clouding to her expression is enough to see I failed. It's difficult to communicate just how much she's missed in over 100 years, much of it harrowing and depressing. Trying to move the topic to a more palatable ground, I speak first.
ねえ、いろんな魔術を使えるのに、どうして歌舞伎に使おうと思ったの？
魔術師というのはね、時々妙なことをしたがるものなの。私たちの本質は普通の社会ではあまり受け入れられないものだから、関わりを持たずに生きているうちに変容していく。でも皆が私の術に目を輝かせているのを見て、歌舞伎を生業にしようと心に決めたの。妹にも普通の人々と関わっていきたいという思いがあればよかったのに。
Oh, I wonder what happened to her sister. She never mentioned she had a sister. Even now, her words more mumbled than to herself than directed towards me.
魔術師ってあんまりいなさそう。私、あなたに会うまで一人も知らなかった。
札幌のことしかわからないけれど、そうね、区内に数十人いるかどうかというところかしら。ほとんどは力を隠して過ごしているか、人里離れた場所でひっそりと暮らしているから、正確な数はわからないの。
自分の力に気づいていない人がいる可能性は？
Yasue gives a reflexive snort at the idea. the crude amusement at odds with her otherwise calm and collected nature. She soon answers my confused reaction.
それは考えられないわ。視力に気づいていないも同然だもの。魔術師が自分の魔術の感覚に気づかないなんてありえないことよ。
Digi, Alan doesn't know her own power. Digi, you don't know your own power. Thank you for the 7 months of support. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. How are you? Cheer party, cheer. The power.
そうなんだ。ごめん、私本当に何も知らなくて。
Cheer, cheer, cheer. The flex, Digi. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the 7 months. Can you get a shot for Digi?
そうでしょうね。でもあなたはこの閉ざされた世界をやすやすと行き来しているようね。
Very tired. Hope you're having a lovely evening. I know you've been a business dog too, Digi, so I hope you get some good rest very soon. We've been so busy being business dogs, you and I. I am having a lovely evening. I've been looking forward to playing this game, so super excited to play this. We have one more visual novel to check out in a little bit as well. But I'm hoping we get to chapter or act 2 here first, and then we can swap to the next one. Whoa, a Digi, indeed. A Digi-doggy, even. At least tomorrow is no business day. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad that, I think most people get it off, but I know some people have said that their work doesn't give it off to them, which, I'm glad that you get it off. I think to myself about how to communicate such a thing, ending up with another clumsy analogy just as Yasue had used.
一言で言えば、石を握ってるような感覚かな。手を離すだけ。だから、元の世界に戻るのは簡単。
I want to know why she decides to just go back home so easily. Like, why does she not just stay here? Because in my idea, I was thinking, I wonder if she's hallucinating.
でも、こっちの世界に来るのは、地面にある石を浮かせるような感じ。今は確実にできるけど、やっぱり、まだ実感は湧かない。って言えば、分かってもらえるかな。
ええ、実に理にかなっているわね。私も魔術について聞かれたらそう説明すると思う。
With this, she emphasized her point by conjuring a fan into her hand.
魔術は物理法則に反するもの。私たちは現実を否定しているわけだから、現実は何であれ、魔術を使われることに反作用を生じさせる。だから魔術の効果を維持させるには力を込め続けなくてはならないの。ほのかの言葉を借りれば、石を浮かべておくにはしっかり握っておくというところでしょうね。そして手を緩めると。
With this, her fan dematerializes in a moment.
石が地面に落ちるということ。もしかしたらほのかは自分で思っているよりも魔術のことをよく分かっているのかもしれないわね。
そんな、まだまだ知らなきゃいけないことだらけだよ。私、質問してばかりだよね。 嫌ならごめん。
とんでもない。あなたの好奇心は素敵よ。お友達に聞いたことは？
Yeah, I don't think so. She asked her friends. They're gonna think she's a little cuckoo.
友達なんていないよ。誰かと仲良くなれる性格でもないし。
Oh yeah, that's a problem too. She doesn't have any friends.
あら、私にはそうは思えないけれど。実はね、この世界に来るのがわざと年だけを積んですっかり傲慢になった年寄りの魔術師だったらどうしようかと心配していたの。
She gives an earnest smile to show her sincerity. Maybe it's only our being forced together by these strange circumstances, but having the company of Yasui is something I'm grateful for. For all she accepts my questioning of her, Yasue never pries into my own affairs. Besides, everyone would seem approachable to her. So many walk up to Yasue in the street, the powerful mage thinking nothing of speaking to them as equals. It would be so easy to become aloof and arrogant with that kind of power. She's so easygoing and has so many skills and interests. In every way, Yasui is a far better person than I. How unfair it is that someone like her, instead of me, would be so cruelly sealed away. Oh, I want to tell our heroine, Honoka, she doesn't have to have those kind of thoughts. It doesn't have to be a competition like that. As we turn a corner, Yasue's soft voice speaks again.
もう一つ聞きたいことがあったの。どうして私を強い魔術師だと思ったの？比べられる魔術師の知り合いなんていないでしょ？
Is she reading her thoughts? Because oh my goodness.
大学の新しい師匠がおしゃべり好きだから魔術のこと聞いてみたの。自分が使うもののことは知っておきたいし。
まあ、大学生なのね。すごいわ。何を勉強しているのか聞いてもいいかしら？
I never thought about it, but would they have universities back then? When is the Meiji era? Hold up. (1868 to 1912). I guess they could have university during this time period. I know, I was like, wait, how far back is this? She said it was like, oh, 100 years. I think I kept saying 1,000. She said it was 100 years ago. Okay. That tracks. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, does this lady even know what university is? I was just thinking, like, I thought she was from the medieval ages, which made me wonder, like, did they have universities back then? But she's from 100 years ago. So, yeah, I guess they could have a university. University of Tokyo was founded in 1877. Wow. Okay, so yeah. Okay, Yasue would know what a university is then. Potentially. Uh-oh. I'm a little taken aback by Yasue's excitement before remembering the context. University must have been rare to get into in her time, let alone for a woman. I mean, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, do they even have universities? But yes, University of Tokyo, founded in 1877, according to Digi. Oh. I would have found it hilarious if she said, I'm studying computer science. And then Yasue goes, "What the heck is a computer?"
あら、この世界が役に立ちそうだこと。
西洋文学なの。
Oh. Oh, I guess she doesn't know anything about the West. In Yokohama, you saw a statue of a man who helped found Japan's first school of civil engineering during the early Meiji era. Ooh. Did you get to read a plaque about him? I always find those so fascinating when you go visit somewhere and they have plaques. You get to read about, like, whoever they're honoring. His name was Richard Brunton. Okay, that was not the name I thought we would see. You did read the plaque clearly. His name was Richard Brunton. The pace of the conversation comes to a stop. Yasue left with an awkward smile. We almost find a common wavelength so often, only to miss by so little each time. Then again, if it hadn't been for my interest in European literature, I never had ordered that book on blood magic. I wouldn't have had the patience to slowly read through the handwritten pages either, my well-thumbed Italian dictionary at hand all the while.
ここで聞いた情報を使わせてもらうとしても、参考文献一覧にどう書けばいいの？友達から聞いた話とか？
You would put it as a first account. I forget what they call it. Do y'all remember this? You had to put the bibliography and you had to see if it was like a first order of resource, like a first-hand account you actually heard from the person there versus like a second-hand account. But they called it something else. It was like primary and secondary something. Source? Primary source? Secondary source? Primary source. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Batman. I was like, this is like decades ago for me. I was like, we did this a long time ago. We had to use the what was it called? The MLA style? I don't even know if they do MLA style anymore. Honoka should just be like, first-hand account, primary source, right here, this lady. Dog running in head. It's like, I gotta go. Kind of like the Dewey Decimal System. You're like, does anyone even use that anymore? I don't think so. Because it also kind of feels like you have to necessitate going to a library. And I think most people probably don't even go to libraries anymore. Oh, yeah, you kind of imply that you're not friends with Yasue. Look at her facial expression, both of them. It was really fast, but like she kind of had like a little wink and a little like star kind of fly out of her eye. Meanwhile, Honoka was like, oh, yeah, I done goofed. So embarrassed. That was a cheap rhetorical trap, and her teasing face shows she knows it. That said, I find myself rolling the idea around in my mind like a sweet. I never heard of that expression. I find myself rolling the idea around in my mind like a sweet. It's actually kind of cool. Kind of like rolling a sweet around in your mouth. Like, yum, yum, yum. The thought suddenly comes to mind that I brought something along, thanks to chatting with Shino days earlier. My hand dives into my pocket to retrieve my phone, but before I can show it to her, a cheerful red packet slips out and falls to the ground first. Yasue's curiosity takes control as she quickly stoops down and takes it into her hands.
これは
It's Choco! Please be 88% because that'd be the best.
あ、それ今まですっかり忘れちゃってた。チョコレートを持ってきたな。
The little sparkle, she's like, oh my goodness. Chocoreto. Chocolate, yes, Uri-san. Yasue hardly hears me, entirely captivated by the relic of my world, as she turns the packet this way and that. She's probably unable to read the English branding, and unused to the modern packaging to begin with. Chocoreto umai! Yes, Didiri! Amai! Yum yum! It's a little charming, actually. She's hardly shy about her bewilderment, instead happily playing with the foil edges and trying to make sense of the slogans and marketing. Can you imagine going to the past with something like, I don't know, a pack of M&Ms? Oh my goodness, M&Ms! This one has white boots!
チョコレート聞いたことがあるわ。確か東京で売られている薬だったかしら。それがとうとう北海道にも来たの？
Oh, I wonder what she's thinking. Chocolate as medicine? I mean, yes please. I'm having a bad day? Give me some chocolate. That's great medicine.
これは薬じゃなくてただの食べ物よ。お菓子って言えばいいかな。
It's kusuri, it's medicine. I love these little subtle expressions. Like, they do. I've been meaning to say so, and I haven't. But this game does a pretty good job with transitions and making it feel like you're there with them, watching them like walk around and be in this space. Usually I'm just kind of used to visual novels just have the two characters on the side and maybe they kind of wiggle a little, right? But here, like, they show you different angles of them, like walking together and, you know, some other little moments. It's actually really well done. She's not making a secret of wanting to eat it, very visibly stopping herself from asking. I feel like a mother whose kid is begging at the store. The prose is very good too. Yes, I agree, Celebrate. You mentioned the prose earlier, and I was calling it diction. The prose is just like, it's a delight to read, honestly. Like, I actually feel like, again, I'm reading a novel. I'm not just reading comic book pages. But don't tell her it's cheap. Just tell her she can have it. I'm a little startled by how quickly she begins to work on the wrapper, and how clumsily she rips it apart. It's easy to forget just how ingrained so many everyday things are to a modern person. Like the specific ways packets are designed to open. I remember watching Uri-san open a package, and I thought Uri-san opened it up rather delicately. I feel like when I open up a package, I'm a little bit of a savage. It's like I just take the package, rip. Uri-san brought out these scissors and like cut the package open. It was quite fascinating. No sooner does she take a mouthful of the chocolate inside that her face lights up in delight. Ure-san! Ne? Isn't that true? You got the package when you eat your snacks, and sometimes you use the scissors to open up the package. I had never considered opening up a package of like food like that. I usually just rip the corners. Yes, the scissors. Snip, snip. It's not easy for a dog. It's true. Like, I'm a dog, right? And so when I go to open the package, I can't use scissors. I gotta put my paw down and then like, I just get it with my teeth and rip it off and get the food inside.
とっても甘いのね。
Yes, exactly like that. It's like, grr. She continues munching away, raising her free hand to poorly hide her chewing mouth.
現代には本当に素敵なものがたくさんあるのね。
The Yasui has a sweet tooth. I wonder when sugary treats reach Hokkaido. She might have only ever had bean and rice-based confectionery. Sugar would be terribly sweet compared to anything she's had before. As she savors the last few morsels from the packet, I reach in and take the phone from my pocket once more, usually having left it charging when I came here in the past. Yasui gulps down the last of her chocolate as I bring it up between us, her puzzled face reflecting off its shiny black screen. She jerks back a little in surprise as the screen lights up. Eager to see what she makes of it, I unlock the phone and hand it over to her. Don't show her the phone. What's wrong with you? She's not gonna know what this is. She's gonna see all sorts of weird stuff. Terry, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, Lynx. Welcome in, Liqua. Welcome in, Terry. Thank you for the raid. How was Silent Hill 3? Phones aren't weird in the right context. What context is this? Lynx, okay, so the lady on the right, her name is Honoka. She's a student from Hokkaido. She's traveled 100 years to the past, to the Meiji era of this town called Sapporo. And she's talking with Yasui, who is this grand mage from 100 years ago. They don't even know what chocolate is. What's a phone? They don't know what chocolate is, and then we're showing them a phone. Quite fun. Haven't played in a while. I'm glad you had a good time. For those who don't know Terry, please go check him out. I like to play a lot of horror genre games, typically Resident Evil. Last seen playing through Silent Hill 3. Also, Terry, thank you so much for the 24 months. Oh my goodness, 2 whole years. I really appreciate that. Thank you. For anyone new, welcome in once more. My name is Owlin. I'm a blue dog who likes to give you a cozy place to be. And today, we're checking out 2 visual novels. The first one is called A Tithe in Blood. It is about this university student who travels 100 years to the past and is building a relationship with this grand mage. But for her to travel to the past, she needs to do some dark magic, which is not good. Not a raid and run. Hope you have a great night. Terry, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much again for the raid, and thank you so much for the 24 months of support. That means a lot to me. If y'all haven't already, go check out Terry, okay? Go check them out, especially if you like horror genre games like Resident Evil and Silent Hill. Terry. Get some good sleep. Cool name. Yeah, the name is really cool. And I really like the concept too, Liqua, because I wouldn't say it's quite horror genre, this game. It does deal with mature themes around like depression and some, as you can imagine, not good things based on the name of Tithe and Blood and dark arts. You can kind of imagine. But they have accessibility options where you can, you know, turn off like visuals and sounds that, you know, might not appeal to people who aren't into that. Not that anyone's into that, but you know what I mean? Like if you're sensitive to that, you can like reduce the effect of it. Yes, turn your slip, please. So far, she only had, the very beginning had most of the uncomfy stuff. Right now, it's mostly her, like, you know, trying to help rescue the mage, because this mage is sealed in a world. Baby red fugu. Yeah, the different aspects hit at some emotional depth, which would be interesting. Yeah. I mean, the art style is really pretty. The transitions are really good. We were just talking about the prose earlier, as Celeric called it. Like, very, very well written, right? It's got voice acting. It's been quite a delight, despite some of the uncomfy nature of things. But I think that the uncomfy nature of things is probably going to play out into something really important later. What's this? A phone?
電話？
触っていいよ。この画面に触れたらいろんなことができるから。
So they're time traveling with full connection to Wi-Fi? I think she actually explained that she won't be able to get an internet signal. I don't know. We're finding out right now. I think she just wanted to show her the phone for whatever reason. I give it a couple of taps here and there to show opening an app and such before Yasue gives it a try for herself. I don't think she quite understands it all, but her face lights up as she slowly gets the hang of it. As Yasue fiddles about, she manages to discover moving things by dragging left and right, and opening controls by tapping completely by herself. I'm surprised she's worked it out so quickly, but I suppose she's still just a human. It's not like I understand how a phone really works, I just use it. Drake, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream? What are you all up to? Welcome in, Drake. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Alvarez, Osmium. How was Rainbow Six Siege 10 or X? 10 X. Welcome, Raiders. For those who don't know Drake, please go check them out. They play a lot of different games, and they were last seen playing through some Rainbow Six Siege 10 X. Let's be honest, who wouldn't immediately flex their pocket supercomputer? Hi Aris, welcome in. Howdy howdy. How's the stream with Drake? For anyone new, welcome in once more. My name is Owlin. I'm a blue dog who likes to give you a cozy place to be. And today, we're checking out a couple of visual novels. This first one is called A Tithe in Blood. It's about a university student who is practicing dark arts with some very bad things, but her purpose is to go back 100 years in the past and rescue a dear person to her, presumably her love interest, but right now they're just friends. It's true. Oh, are they gonna take a picture together? Sayuni, hello, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for your hard work. Can you get a shout out for Sayuni as well? Sayuni, you were playing through Clair Obscur recently. Ah, yes, there it is. Yes. You're playing through Clair Obscur. Doing good? How are you? I'm doing well, thank you. I was just sharing with everyone, I was really excited to check out these 2 visual novels because, well, this one has a very interesting premise to me, even though it has some mature subjects and themes. And the next one is going to be about a Victorian-era murder mystery. So, looking forward to checking that out with you all in a little bit. But right now we're trying to get to Act 2 because I'm very fascinated to see I'm fascinated to see what's going to happen in this third part of Act 1. Thank you for shouting, of course. Yeah, if y'all want to check out Sayuni, go check her out. Plays a lot of different games, usually a lot of retro stuff. Typically RPGs. Been going through some Xenoblade and Clair Obscur recently. I don't know if you finished Earthbound, but I know you were playing through Earthbound too. This all-knowing obelisk can recreate the perfect reflection of you, even after you stop looking into it. I wonder if they're going to take a picture of Liqua. I'm not sure. It would make sense though. Yeah, super cool, Sayuni. I really like playing these kind of games. I only recently started playing visual novels, honestly, within the past year. But it's so cool to see like the kind of interactions you can have and the story they can tell with like 2D characters moving back and forth. Which sounds really like any video game, but I think if you all play visual novels, you know what I mean. Like they're like typically static images. I didn't finish Earthbound yet, but I'm excited to get back to it soon. Yeah. Okay, I think you and I are around the same area. You might have pulled a little bit ahead of me, because I've been meaning to get back to Earthbound as well, but had a lot of other games on the queue that I need to get through for obligation's sake. Alright, let's see, what are they gonna do with the phone? As she lowers the phone for me to see, it appears Yasui has managed to open the camera app, the viewfinder currently pointed down at our feet.
最近の携帯電話はね、カメラとしても使えるの。ほら、このボタンを押せば写真を撮れるよ。
The idea seems to have stumped an already perplexed Yasue. I take the phone back to guide her through how the camera works, changing to the front camera and holding it up to show both of us on screen. It's admittedly a little clumsy. I've never been one for selfies, and keep trying to move the phone the wrong way to keep us in the shot. The look of sheer glee on Yasue's face when it all clicks for her, though, as seen on the screen before us, makes it all worth it. I can't help but smile at the absurdity of the situation as the two of us crowd into the swaying frame. Aw, what a cute picture. With some difficulty, I managed to somehow maneuver a finger onto the shutter button, finally taking the shot with a loud click. Bringing the phone down between us, I show Yasui the saved photo, her face leaning in close to take in every detail.
信じられないわ。色が鮮やかで、それにじっとしていなくてもいいのね。ねえ、どうしてこんなに早く現像できるの？
それは説明するのがちょっと難しいかも。でも携帯電話で撮った写真は現像しなくていいの。フィルムに写してるわけじゃないから。
I'm so used to the digital era that the days of film cameras slip my mind. As I replace the phone in my pocket, Yasui rights herself, but the excited energy from her new discoveries still remain. had to remind myself yet again that this woman's actually the older of us.
ありがとう、ほのか。こんなに長く本物の世界を感じたのは初めてよ。今は何という時代なの？
明治の後、大正、昭和、平成ときて、今は令和よ。
Oh, Reiwa. I didn't know they still had eras.
令和。いい響きね。きっと素晴らしい暮らしを送っているんでしょうね。
Is it a real era? It is. Reiwa is the current and 232nd era of the official calendar of Japan, which began on May 1st, 2019. Oh. I had no idea.
それに食べ物も。さっきのチョコレート、すごく美味しかったもの。
I hold my tongue, but it's also ordinary to me that I hardly notice such day to day. I hardly notice such things day to day. To Yasue, though, this might as well be another world entirely. Her childlike joy is quite charming. It feels nice to have helped her, however accidental it may have been. I wonder just how long it's been since I've helped another. I'm so wrapped up in my own feelings that it takes a moment to realize Yasue's attention has shifted back to me.
ほのかは笑っている方がいいわ。
Aww. Aww. No. Girlfriend's not feeling it. In a moment, my face collapses. It's not that I hate her well-meaning compliment, but somehow, it doesn't feel right to smile. Not after everything that's happened.
安江はどうしていつも笑っていられるの？閉じ込められた後でさえも。
だってもう100年以上経ったのよ。年も人々もこの世界も何一つ変わらないまま。昔はこんな風じゃなかったのよ。一番辛かったのはこの世界から抜け出そうとしていた頃でしょうね。失敗するたびに愛する人たちと過ごせる時間が失われていくのを感じていたから。
でもどうして年を取らないの？ちっとも年を取ってるように見えない。
あら、ありがとう。魔術師の中でも特に力の強い者は自分の魔術で老化を遅らせることができるの。普通の人の3倍、いえ、それ以上に長生きする人もいるわ。
Imagine using magic to slow down your aging.
あっさりと諦めることもできたけれど、私はここで死ぬわけにはいかなかった。あの子が私をさまよわせるべく作ったこの牢獄で死ぬわけにはいかなかったのよ。
Oh
あの
no.
子への復讐は私の最後の劇になっていたでしょうね。あの子がまだ生きているならだけれど。
Oh no. I wonder if the person who sealed her away was her sister. For the first time, I catch a glimpse of something darker in her. Without thinking, I take a step back, my chest tightening at the change from her otherwise gentle nature. It's a Yuri, oh no! Oh. Wonder what she's doing. You're invested. I know. This game just came out a couple days ago, Sayuni. The cheerful red packet crumpling up in her tightening hand reminds her of here and now. Yasue forcing the thoughts from her mind given my presence. It's only natural to hate anyone who did such a thing to her. But I didn't know she had such anger bottled up.
ほのかには関係のない話よね。この話はここまでにしましょう。そういえば、ほのかの世界は随分と様変わりしているようね。おズボンが一般的なのかしら？
Celebrate nervous. I know, it makes me wonder. I wonder if it's her sister. She mentioned she had a sister, but she doesn't see her anymore. It makes you wonder if her sister sealed her away. But why? She gives a small smile, trying to distract herself with a lighter topic. I can't help but feel awful, but I humor Yasue for her sake. I wouldn't say it to her now of all times, but this world reminds me a little of a snow globe. A small slice of the world captured at one point in time and now everlasting. A world where the company of strangers is all she had.
そうだけど安心して。着物や浴衣もお祭りや行事の時に着てる人は多いから。私も最近の花火大会で浴衣を着たよ。
まあ、ぜひ見てみたいわ。きっと似合うでしょうね。
Every so often, she oversteps into undeserving compliments. I get that she wants to put me at ease, though. I don't know, girlfriend. I think she's just really into you. I think she's into you. That's actually something really interesting about this visual novel. It is a romance visual novel, but because the theme is actually so much darker than most other ones kind of get like really like goofy, lovey-dovey immediately. This one actually feels like they're getting to know each other. There's not really like this warp speed to the lovey-doveyness.
子供の頃の一番古い記憶の一つが、浴衣を着て出かける準備は万端だったのに、祭りが中止になったことでね。泣いてダダをこねる私を慰めようと、両親がホタルを見に連れて行ってくれたの。あの時のホタルは花火よりも綺麗だった。夜の闇に浮かび上がる光が子供心に魔法みたいだと思ったの。
素敵な思い出だこと。ホタルなんてもうずっと見ていないわ。
I know you could say that again. I haven't seen Fireflies in forever. Uh-oh.
私も環境汚染が進んで自然が減ってきてるから、ホタルが見られる場所を見つけるのって難しいの。
I feel an altogether too familiar pang of regret at mentioning my family. My body going cold at the idea of having to think about this any further. This is the one place I'm free from that feeling. Why did I have to bring them up? Please don't ask anything further about them, Yasue. Please. Hey, support elf, welcome back. How's the game going? It's been really, really delightful and entertaining. It's strange because I'm enjoying the experience, but there's also like a lot of like mature subjects that I did go through the accessibility options to, I guess, reduce the effects of some of them, but like, I don't know, it's like, it's just a very captivating story. But when I say delightful, like, some of the stuff that happens is not necessarily delightful, but you're engaged, right? I think Siuni said it here, invested. You get invested. And so I'm kind of like, yeah, I'm invested too. I want to know what's going on, because it's just a very intriguing story. And also, I'm a sucker for magic. You put magic and, like, you know, paranormal stuff in, I get like, ooh, I want to know more. Like, I want to read that. What is it? Soon that wish becomes altogether too true. The silence makes it clear Yasui's been taken off guard, acutely aware of the topic to avoid. As I feel pain from clutching at my arm, I decide to use the one excuse to leave as that I told myself I wouldn't.
そろそろ戻らなきゃ。疲れちゃった。
No, don't do it. You know you want to be here. So yeah, it seems like our heroine, she has something that's really like, it stops her from forming connections with people. It makes her really aloof. Maybe it's depression. Hard to say because we don't know. Like, still in the very beginning. But there's something definitely clouding her and making her wary of trusting people. You're the same way. Yeah, it's like, it's I mean, we talked about it already, but like, for anyone just joining us, like, the writing is really good. Like, I feel like I'm actually reading a well-written book, a novel, as opposed to just like comic book kind of pages. The animations and the kind of like transitions they do, like, they're fun to watch. It's entertaining. And then I shared this earlier, but like, unlike other romance novels I tend to see, like romance visual novels, this one actually is, I think, is doing an appropriate build-up. It doesn't feel like they just rush to the lovey-dovey scenes. Like, you're seeing like they have issues they're trying to work out, but they, you know, they're just two people that just met. They don't really know each other.
So, ゆっくり休んでね。
And again, for me, it's like, I'm a sucker for like magic and paranormal stuff, so they have that too. So I was like, ooh.
何より私を友達と言ってくれて嬉しいわ。誰にだって友達は必要だもの。自分ではそう思えなくてもね。だからこそ私は劇場を続けてきたのよ。
ありがとう、ヤス。また来るから。
With that, I take a deep breath and close my eyes. Even as the magic begins to take hold, my mind is elsewhere. I can't make the world a better place as Shino is working towards. I'm too selfish and too useless to do something like that. What I can do is help this one person. Act 1, Scene 4. Oh, man. Oh, I didn't read that. I think it said a hidden pope. I didn't get to read. For every person, there's a last goodbye. A last take care. A last smile, hug, and wave. I never knew which would be the last until... The trees ringing in the cemetery lie bare, the winter's chill having seen to the leaves. With the grass field covered by frost, all to be seen are so many pillars of granite rising from the white snow. The Asakawa family grave stands among them. On its side, 2 names are written. And yes, Chi, the magic. I wonder if this family grave is for her parents, maybe. The business of attending to the grave is a strangely welcome routine. Setting something for my overactive mind to focus on has always been helpful. The emptied bucket from the temple now sits beside me, the condensation from my breath hanging in the air. The weeding and cleaning of the stone now done, I stand alone with nothing but my thoughts. I can't say I'm particularly good company. I suppose one shouldn't like cemeteries, but I found myself thankful for the time spent here. Every matter is thick with formality, from maintenance to prayer, to the priests themselves. Everyone dutifully follows their script. Perfect for someone like me. So far as I can tell, the unremarkable cemetery in Sapporo's outskirts has been here since the city's founding. The graves about me are old and new, ostentatious and simple. None of that matters to their owners now, who all lie just the same. Even here I'm not alone, with the husky words of another drifting on the cold air. A few yards away, a middle-aged man sits cross-legged before his friend's grave. His old bomber jacket dirtied by the ground. His cheerful, even animated conversation is helped along by the sake before him, still wrapped in the convenience store bag it came in. In the times I've come here, various characters have come and gone as they visited loved ones. He seems to be one of the more regular ones. I, too, once talked to my parents' grave. About my worries and musings, the day's events, even about Yasui and the wondrous world she inhabits. Of the kabuki performances she put on, her favorites, and so on. Amai, thank you again for the lurk and thanks for the raid and hanging out. Please get some good rest, okay? Oyasumi, Yumio. Good night, Amai, sweet dreams. I soon stopped. People said I should talk to my parents at their resting place, but as I stand before them, the words don't come. For all I try, my heart just aches all the more. Perhaps it's simply that I'm the wrong generation to comfort in it. Perhaps it's simply that I'm the wrong generation to find comfort in it. For all the rituals around death, I've never placed any faith in such things. The hole they left will never, can never, be filled. No amount of talking to cold stone will change that. As I look from the grave before me, his voice fades into the background. The sight before me is as captivating now as the first time I saw it. At one of the graves far ahead, a lone woman stands solemnly before another pillar of stone. Her vermilion kimono pierces through the white snow, making for a strikingly beautiful sight. She's never said a word in all the time she's visited this place, nor has she attended to the maintenance of the lichen-covered grave. Perhaps an old-fashioned matriarch, or simply a traditionalist, she glides with grace and precision to her steps. In the midst of the falling snow, the lady stands alone, grieving in haunting silence. Noticing her turning back, I quickly cast my gaze downward. The path to leave runs past me, the woman's zori sandals clattering with each small and measured step her clothing forces. As she passes, I feel something strange. Not once have we spoken, nor have we so much as looked at each other. Yet, some unspoken connection exists despite her aloof and excessively formal nature. Perhaps out of that connection, or mere curiosity, I dare to briefly glance behind me. The woman steps into a dark sedan parked past the cemetery's gated entrance, a sharp-looking blonde woman holding the back door open for her. The moment having passed, the old man's meaningless chatter drifts on the air once more. For all I might want to visit Yasue to see a friendly face and give meaningless chatter, my body is too weak to handle another ritual today. For want of something to do, I end up downtown to run errands. I couldn't go back to that empty home. Not today. One cheery theme turns to another's every several feet as I walk by so many restaurants and stores. The visual cacophony is no better, the signs and advertisements blending into each other no matter which way I look. The sound of cars rolling by is interrupted by the cheerful chirp of walking signals. Joining the crowd, I walk across the wide boulevard to another set of stores, selling another set of products. There's an uncanny nature to it all. The street layout is the same as in Yasue's time, more or less, but the wooden frontages now gleam with glass, dirt streets now lie paved, and the white snow is lit by the lights of bustling businesses. Unfortunately, the couple of weeks studying blood magic haven't yielded an ounce of progress toward helping Yasue. What experiments Isabella attempted more often failed than not, and her dialogues on the nature of magic are of little practical use. She was a normal person who stumbled into a world she didn't understand, just as I did. Death is the farthest thing from the minds of anyone here. The scars I carry would make any of them think less of me. As much as I may want to help Yasue, I'm the only one who even knows of her existence. Once I found solace from my loneliness in the company of others. Now, I find myself alone, even in a crowd. The crowd around me spurs an idea. Taking my phone from my pocket and moving out of the way a little, I bring up the camera app and take a quick photo. A momentary shot of an ordinary evening in Sapporo, a scene once transient, now captured for eternity. The fact that my selfie with Yasue managed to come through from her world to mine was a surprise, given my stupor didn't. I imagine the clumsy false magic I'm using limits what makes it across. Regardless, I quickly seized upon it as a way to bring some of my world to Yasue's. Taking the odd photo for her has proved surprisingly enjoyable. I wouldn't say I'm particularly a good photographer, but I've noticed some good opportunities while going about my day. Just as I resume my walk towards the station, I catch eyes with a familiar figure, her red jacket proving hard to miss. She looks as relaxed as ever, while casually leaning against the sidewalk railing. A colorful bag from the nearby game center slipped over her wrist. Shino gives an affable smile as she notices me, raising her other hand in greeting.
こんばんは。こんばんは。
I give a small bow as I walk up, resigning myself to a conversation. The last thing I wanted to do was put on airs of normality at now of all times. Surprisingly, it seems Shino is in the same mood. She has almost as much trouble keeping eye contact as I do, looking down the street as much as towards me. At least I have a good reason to quickly excuse myself.
シノおいシノってば
Oh, I seem to have interrupted something.
ミッケおいシノ
That's a cute collar. The woman practically bouncing up the street towards us comes to an abrupt halt, face frozen as she catches sight of me. She looks behind her as if there was someone else there, before awkwardly looking back. To say the atmosphere is strange would be an understatement. The random people passing by us, all the while only highlighting the passing seconds.
邪魔してごめんなさい。もう行くね。
そんなことないよちょうどよかったほのかちゃんこっちは友達のカオルあどうも
I should have known Shino would find a way to rescue the situation. I wish she hadn't. It's only after Shino's companion greets me that I realize I subconsciously shifted behind her. From her shabby clothing to many piercings, she couldn't be a better image of a youthful delinquent. It's a look that's in as far as I can tell, but she wears it so naturally that it's clearly simply her, not some fashion choice. Her drawl and bad posture don't help.
浅川ほのかです。よろしく。
I retreat to formality once more, reciting my script and what's turned into Shino's play.
私が勤めてる大学の学生なんだ自己紹介も済んだことだし店に入ろっか
Kaoru and I are left looking at each other, the plastic bag on Shino's wrist flapping this way and that as she gestures.
カオルとそこの居酒屋に行く約束してんのほのかちゃんもおいでよ多い方が楽しいしね
Wait, is Izakaya a bar? I thought Izakaya was just a place you go for, like, grilled food. They're translating Izakaya as a bar, though. I try to find an excuse not to, but I can't think on such short notice. There's another issue, too. This area feels familiar somehow. Distracted while being watched by both, I end up mumbling a half-hearted acceptance.
じゃあ、お邪魔しようかな。
Izakaya is mostly bar? I had no idea. Maybe I was thinking something else. Oopsie. see now why I felt an odd familiarity from outside. This bar is the same one Yasue took me to. It's amazing how long some of the local businesses have been... It's amazing how long some of the local businesses have stayed operating. Then again, while it may be in the same place, the differences inside make me wonder if it could truly be called the same bar. The beer posters on the walls have been replaced by a trendy mural, and the old electric lamps are long gone, thanks to new LED lighting. Bar and food, yum yum! Even the ordering is different. Kaoru talks to Shino. Kaoru talks Shino through how to use the tablet mounted in the center of the table. A dizzying variety of food and drinks available at the press of a button. It's a world away from hailing the grizzled owner as he hobbles about. This all feels so slick and modern, even down to the smells of aged wood and tobacco being replaced by cleaning products and modern perfumes. The tone they're clearly going for is a little punk, but in that repackaged, commercialized way. The irony isn't lost on me. Looking about, the patrons around us wear hip and modern clothing. Kaoru seems to fit the vibe far better than I do, blending perfectly into the Saturday evening's crowd.
Honoka だっけ? まとめて注文するよ。何にする?
Her familiarity to call me by my first name right away feels strange. I try to summon some hunger as I clutch the coat in my lap, nudging the left sleeve of my sweater down to make sure my bandages are well covered. The reminder of what I have to hide from everyone else doesn't help my appetite. Blueberry, welcome in. Bow bow, 1-1.
ビールで地ビールをお願いします。
フードは? まあ、好きなの頼みなよ。
She wastes no time in quickly tapping away to make our order, leaving me silently glad that I managed to order something normal at a bar. I'll have to thank Yasue for teaching me. As she finishes up and puts the tablet back on its mount, it's Shino who speaks up. Oh, Batty, hello, welcome in.
そうだ、これあげる。
She passes the Game Center bag over the table with a smile. I reflexively take it before looking inside and plucking the soft item out. A teddy bear.
クマのぬいぐるみ？
私、物に執着しないたちなの。手放す方が楽だもん。だから持ってて。何よその顔。
Oh no, did you want the teddy bear?
私にはぬいぐるみが欲しいか聞かねえんだな。
She wants the teddy bear.
ゲームセンターはその通りのすぐ先。無駄遣いしたいなら行ってきなよ。
その言い方、誰かさんそっくり。
I kind of dig Shino's like thick eyebrows. It's kind of refreshing to see on a character. Our talking is interrupted by a youthful waitress, clad in a smart black uniform. She places 3 bottles of beer onto the table and works off their bottle caps before nodding and striding away to another group of customers. The others waste no time starting on their drinks, and I follow their lead. Getting used to the taste of beer will take a while longer than it seems, but I notice that this is a lot less sweet than the one I had before. The way even the same brand of beer is made must have changed. Kaoru and Shino seem to have a good handle on one another. Even though Shino invited me to be nice, I distinctly feel like I'm butting in on their evening. I pull out my phone as subtly as I can, checking if it's late enough to use that as an excuse to leave. It's just past 9. I could probably get away with it. Motion at the edge of my vision prompts me to look back up, Kaoru peering over the table toward my phone. Uh-oh. Towards my phone and its lock screen, now set to the photo of Yasue and I. I don't know if this is true, but I remember being in university. I forget where I heard this. I think someone told me, like, if you have a crush, you take a photo with them and you put it on your, like, home screen. But you gotta be careful because if someone sees it, like, it ruins the magic or something. I don't know if that was just that one person I heard it from, or if that was actually from something else some anime or something they might have watched. Oh yeah, she's real cute, man. My heart jumping as I realize what she's seen. My first instinct is to pull my phone back towards me. I try to recompose myself, but my face feels far too hot for it to be convincing.
ごめん、つい気になってさ。
She waves a hand in front of her face in apology, but my heart still races as I grab it at a distraction before Shino jumps into the topic.
2人は知り合ってどれくらいなの？
Uh-oh.
1ヶ月かそこらかな。
She looks to Shino for confirmation, who agrees between sips. It took me a long time to get comfortable around Yasue, but I suppose both seem the sociable type. As they begin to talk with each other, the conversation thankfully drifts away from me as the friends chat between one another. Kaoru's loud voice ensures the other patrons glance towards her rather than me as well. I drink the last of my beer as quickly as I can before finding an opening in their conversation.
もう遅いし、そろそろ帰らなきゃ。誘ってくれてありがとう。
全然いいよ。来てくれてありがとう。じゃあまた来週図書館でね。
じゃあな、ほのか。今度また見かけたら声かけてよ。遊びに行こう。
Aww. They seem really friendly and nice. With that, I shuffle out of my seat and grab my coat.
お会計は？
ああ、気にしないで。私が誘ったんだし、これくらい出すよ。
ありがとう。
I feel bad, but this will go quicker if I don't argue the point. I don't even know how much beer costs in this time. Probably not 20 sen. The last goodbye, I give a wave and head out. The winter's beginning to bite, especially after coming out of the izakaya. The footpaths are filled with people going this way and that, happily chatting between themselves. Once again, I find myself surrounded and anonymous. Just one more person amidst the crowd. Clutching my coat against the cold air, I begin walking to the train station. The long train journey back to that empty house now beckoning. Act 1, Scene 5, yet dawn still comes? Oh my goodness. Another Friday's lecture might be over, but the work of study and translation continues. While other students around me talk of get-togethers and partying, I slave over the book before me while they drink the night away. Not that I feel put out at all. Partying and such always felt like such an odd affair. I was dragged along to one or two when I started university, only to feel like a fish out of water. I never even drank until Yasue offered. Vanilla, thanks for hanging out. Good night, sweet dreams. Have a wonderful start to your day tomorrow. The company of books never did me wrong, which is more than can be said of people. Another sentence is entered into the laptop to my left, the centuries-old original to my right. The amusing juxtaposition of the old world of magic with the high technology of these times doesn't go missed. One small blessing has been Isabella's immaculate handwriting, obvious care having been taken into recording her work. My own handwriting is terrible, with years of typing making me unused to penmanship. I suppose most others are the same these days. Unfortunately, my efforts tonight are unlikely to be of any use at all. The file containing today's translation notes soon proved to be focused on rather esoteric observations around blood magic. Rather than being outright required, the magical circles and glyphs I've been using are more to guide how one thinks. Practically speaking, they're like training wheels. Blood could perhaps be directly manipulated without any such guides, with enough practice. Just more useless knowledge, and I'll need far more practice to manage without them in any case. All I can do is sigh in frustration, the day's work amounting to another waste of time. Yet, I can't afford to stop trying. The moment I do, everything will catch up to me. Deciding on my own experimentation, I look over to my phone laying to the side. The knife beside it glints in the moonlight. Don't do it, girlfriend. Yasue and I stroll along the gravel streets of downtown Sapporo, the smells and sounds of the period drifting in the air. Looking to Yasue beside me, she happily rolls her candy about in her mouth. After seeing how quickly she took to chocolate, I made sure to bring a few assorted candies along whenever I visit. It lifts my spirits to see her so easily pleased. Printing presses clatter inside a building as we pass, newspapers busily being inked for the coming day. Even here, people want to be in the know. We briefly stop to allow a rickshaw to pass before us, the sprightly young man giving a brief nod before ferrying two gossiping women down the road. Yasue patiently waits before continuing, clearly having no intention of hurrying herself. Why would she, when she has all the time in the world? If only I had that sort of time, I might be able to help her. Just a little more and I should be able to.
Honoka, どうしたの? 気もそぞろのようね。
I don't want to raise her hopes without knowing for sure that I have a way to save her, so I quickly lurch toward another thing on my mind.
なんだかすごく不思議。通りの配置は私の世界と同じなのに、全然違う街みたい。
今の札幌はどんな風なの？
まずもっと人が多くて、どこに行っても人の声や車があちこちで曲がる音が聞こえる。幹線道路には馬じゃなくて電気で動く路面電車が走ってる。それから線路があって電車がガタガタと音を立てて走ってる。木造の店は全部ガラス張りで現代の西洋風のものばかり。朝から夜遅くまで営業してて、みんながみんな新しいものを買おうとしてる。この時代の遊郭は他の店に変わってるだろうけど、とにかく賑わってるよ。街は事務所ばかり入ったコンクリートって素材の高い建物と、アスファルトっていう黒い素材で塗り固められた道路に覆われて灰色一色でね。新年のお祝いの時期だけ木に電球を巻きつけて飾ってる。って説明で伝わるといいけど。
嬉しいわ。札幌は現代でも賑やかなのね。でもガラス張りの建物だなんて想像もつかないわね。
今の建物はもっと高くて、確か一番高いビルで地上40階だったと思う。
40 floors is a lot of floors, oh my goodness.
魔術師をすごいと言うけれど、時の流れとともにこんなに変わるものなのね。
Hi Nuggy, welcome in. We're playing a couple visual novels a day. This first one is about a student traveling 100 years into the past using some blood magic.
実は大学の司書さんに連れて行ってもらった店が、この前安江に連れて行ってもらった居酒屋だったの。
Her face lights up, her light-footed strides practically turning to prancing.
つまり現代でも続いている店があるのね。嬉しいわ。この時代のものがどれだけ残っているのかずっと気になっていたの。
I guess we all want to leave some kind of mark, however small it might be. Some sense of purpose beyond us. Yasui has her kabuki and love of Sapporo, but I wonder what truly is for me. A third party interrupts our conversation, my stomach growling. Yasui looks to me questioningly, but I don't have any good answer for her.
夕飯をまだ食べてなくて。
You gotta eat dinner. I mumbled the words, feeling like a school kid caught out by their teacher. Trying to research blood magic while also dealing with university hasn't been easy. Once Yasui sets in her mind to something, she refuses to hear otherwise. I still can't decide if that stubborn nature is endearing or not. Finding myself pulled to her favorite place once more, my hands fiddle in my lap out of the restlessness as the waiter places our food before us. While the others here treat me nicely enough, I'm glad for Yasui having taken me under her wing. Taking up my chopsticks and beginning on the meal with a hearty bundle of noodles, I realize how ravenous I am. The food here may not have the most variety, but it's wonderfully good compared to the convenience store food I've been living off. My glasses fog up from the steaming broth, but I can't stop myself slurping one more mouthful after another. Only after a few minutes do I realize that I'm being stared at. I gingerly glance upwards toward Yasue, her expression of amusement throwing me off guard. I must have let my hunger show. She should install windshield wipers on her glasses. Lynx. It's painful. I don't remember if you have glasses or not. I think you may have mentioned you do, maybe. I have glasses. And oh my goodness, it's so frustrating when you want to eat some hot noodles and then it gets all steamed. I don't have windshield wipers on my glasses. I feel I'm getting old now too, because every now and then, depending on how far something is, I gotta pull my glasses up to read it. I mean, I don't gotta, but it's just easier. It's like, pull the glasses up and then look at something close to me, like this tiny text.
いいの。そのまま食べてちょうだい。気に入ってくれたのなら嬉しいわ。
You have blue light resistant glasses as a test if they worked, and they felt like they helped you. But you also think you need glasses in the future because of how close you look at screens all day. Yeah. For me, I'm pretty sure it's hereditary, but probably not helped by the fact that I'm always looking at things so close up anyway. I tried out the blue light resistant stuff too. Honestly, I'm not sure if it actually does anything, but it makes me feel better, so that's okay. Coffee steams your glasses up every morning, then you forget it happens again the next morning. Oh no! I fortunately haven't had that problem. Pams, welcome in. How are you? I fortunately haven't had a problem with coffee. But yeah, noodles in particular are pretty bad. You're not fully sure if it helps, but you're open to thinking it was a sugar pill. Yeah, for sure. Like, I don't know if it helps, but I don't think it's hurting, so, like, I think it's okay. It's just a little more expensive, that's all. 01-san, konnichiwa, irashaimase. 01-san, I think you might like this game. It's a visual novel about a student who travels to the past using the dark arts of blood magic. Good morning, Pamst. Woke up early so you can get a few minutes of Alchemy before getting ready for work. Oh, Pamst, I appreciate that. I hope you got some good rest, though. It's always so lovely to see you. Hope you're doing good. I am. I was really looking forward to playing this game, and I do have one more other visual novel I want to showcase today. But I was hoping we get to Act 2. I want to get to Act 2 in this game because I'm so invested. I want to know the story. Oh, it's interesting. Yes, 面白いですね. Nyampasu Richie, welcome in. Lucy, welcome in as well. Your biological father used to wear glasses as a way to look smarter. He went from stealing shoes from the shoe store he worked at to being a millionaire you're estranged from, and that's a short version. Oh my goodness. But somehow you have to wear glasses. Not to look smarter, because you're already smart, but because screens.
それにしてもちゃんと食べてる？この世界に来るたびに食べ物に夢中になっているようだけれど。
She's not eating, Yasue. You need to feed her. She's not taking care of herself.
もちろん食べてるよ。
No, don't you, Mochiron. You're not Mochiron. You're not eating. Her expression only clouds further. I was never good at lying, much less when I feel bad for doing so.
大学の課題や魔法の研究でいろいろおざなりになってることもあるけど、大丈夫。なんとかやってるから。
I'm worried about Honoka. I mean, like, she's not eating, she's not taking care of herself, she's lonely, she's doing some stuff that is not stuff that's detrimental to her to be able to access this world. I'm worried for her.
自分のことを第一に考えてと言ったでしょ。この世界に来るだけでも大変なのよ。これ以上自分を追い込まないで。
While the noodles are wonderful as always from this place, I give a frustrated sigh.
やっぱり何か問題があるんでしょ？
鈍から昇る湯気でメガネが曇るな。
She gives a snort of amusement at my mundane predicament. Even after wearing them for practically my entire life, glasses can still be a real pain. It's true. I've also grown up with glasses most of my entire life too. I was very sad the first time I was told I had to get glasses, because I couldn't believe it. But now having glasses, I totally believe it. I need it. I can't see. No, don't put the glasses on your face. To my surprise, Yasui reaches forward and gently takes my glasses in her outstretched fingers, putting them on herself afterwards with a churlish smile.
これで一つ問題解決ね。
Okay, either her eyesight's bad too, or she's okay being cross-eyed, because let me tell you, you put on someone else's glasses and you don't have the same prescription or need for that, that's a doozy.
やっぱりほのかはメガネがあってもなくても可愛いわ。
This lady's definitely into us. I'm left silent as I'm unable to work out how to reply, though my scarlet cheeks provide an answer for me. I'd say my glasses suit her better than I. What do we bypass wearing glasses by wearing VR visors all day? You still gotta get the IPD to be set correctly for the VR glasses, because you can't see them either unless maybe you're farsighted. If you're nearsighted, you can't see it. Solving the screen problem with more screens, yes. My thoughts again turn inwards as she looks around a little to get a feel for the prescription. Despite all my research into my own paltry blood magic, Yasui's true magic still confounds me. Conjuring apparitions to enact a play, an entire cast's worth, is nothing short of amazing. I'm surprised nobody talks about her performances in the real world, despite my looking. If mages can do such wondrous things, then perhaps they could also... No, I can't think about that. Every time I've caught myself reaching toward that vain hope, I quickly bat my hand away. Were it possible, I'm sure I would have heard about it by now. It's the last topic I want to talk about when surrounded by strangers as well.
Honoka?
あ、何?
She sighs in response to my zoning out, soon taking off the glasses and replacing them on my head.
無理に心を開いてというつもりはないけれど、こうも足並みが揃わないと少し腹が立つわね。この世界のことは何でも知っているけれど、私の不思議な訪問者さんのことはまだ何も知らないの。
心配してるっていうより、気になって仕方ないみたいだけど。
両方ではダメかしら。
That's a good point. Yeah, she can be both. She can be both curious and worried. I give a dreary look at her non-answer, to which she only giggles. I want to think badly of her for it, but her total honesty makes that hard. She thinks a little before coming to her feet, turning and beckoning for me to follow. Left a little bemused by her sudden decision, I quickly get up and leave our half-eaten bowls on the table. Yasue's ability to see right through me astounds me once again. She knew I wouldn't open up around others, and so brought me here for privacy.
私のことをもう少し知りたいなら、実は最近血の魔法でできること、できないことを検証してみたの。本物の魔術師であるあなたたちと比べてね。安江はいろんなものを具現化できるんでしょ？
She gives the matter some serious thought, mulling over how to best explain these kinds of things to a common person.
私が使うような召喚の術は普通の人にはできないと思うの。魔術は内側から発せられるものよ。つまり体内にあるものを元にした魔術を実現するのは簡単なの。だからほとんどの魔術師は自分の体のいろんな部位に少しずつ手を加えて、その結果長生きしているの。大抵の魔術師も体のすぐ外側の世界に手出しできるけれど、もっと難しくなるわ。私たちは身を守るために一生を費やして一つの武器を作る鍛錬を積み、反射の域でその武器を具現化できるようにするの。
ああ、それが安江のセンスなの？
そう、あれは私の武器よ。それ以上のものを変えるのは難しすぎて、できる魔術師はほとんどいないわ。だから私のような魔術を広範囲に展開できる者には特別な才能があると言われているの。体外に効果を及ぼす特定の魔術、それが私の場合は具現化というわけね。
ほとんどの魔術師が武器を。じゃあ私にもできるかな？
Her face lights up at the idea, only to quickly turn about and start fossicking around the ground near some trees. That's a word I never heard before. Fossicking? Rummaging? I've never heard of this before. Prospecting, especially when carried out a recreational activity. Huh. New word.
やってみせましょうか。何か使えそうなものは。そうね。これがいいわ。
New word of power unlocked. Yes! I always find it so cool when games can teach you, like, new words. I mean, when anything teaches you, really, but, like, games in particular. Because, you know, way back in the day, people were like, games just rot your brain. And now it's like, it's a lot more widely accepted that people play games. Now, back in my day, no one liked it if you played games. But anyway, yeah, I've always really appreciated learning new words from video games. She rights herself and skips over, a sight never quite natural in her otherwise formal kimono. She hands me what looks like a regular branch, long and spindly with a fork at the end.
私にわかるかな？
She wants you to find water. You hold both ends of the fork and then point the stick around and find water.
若い魔術師が自分の武器を具現化する訓練を始めるときはね、こういう道具を使って思考を導くの。血の魔法ではどう作用するのかはわからないけれど、役に立つかもしれないでしょ。
Good morning, Mero. Someone you know learned how to read largely because her parents had the closed captioning on all the time. She also loved correcting your grammar, and you appreciated it, even if you retained nothing. Yeah, I love having closed caption on, because I don't know about you all, but like sometimes like sound balancing is just not right for like home media entertainment consumption. And I have a hard time hearing things, especially when the music is loud. I'm like, what? What'd they say? Christopher Nolan, the director, cannot balance audio. Oops. You got Audible for 99p a month? Yay, more books for work. Nice. Christopher Nolan also worked on Memento, didn't he? I like Memento a lot. Her logic does make sense. With Yasue wholeheartedly throwing herself at this experiment, there's no going back now. You forget. Holding the stick on one hand, I roll up my sleeve with the other and undo the lowest of bandages. I don't have a knife with me, but my fingernails have grown a bit longer than usual, so it should do the job for something like this. No, don't do it. I really do appreciate the game devs give accessibility options to, again, reduce visual and auditory effects related to this kind of subject here. Because I'm sure, like, if I actually had it enabled, we would probably see a lot more details on that. But here it's just silhouetted because I disabled it. Yasue's face is graven, but she holds her tongue as I press my nail into the already scarred skin of my forearm. My own yelp of pain only barely suppressed as I drag it across. This isn't as bad as when I used the knife, but it's hardly a pleasant feeling regardless. A trickle of blood flows down my wrist and hand, and the stick now stained a deep red as the wine-dark liquid drips over it.
さあ、形にしたい武器をできるだけ細かいところまで思い描いてみて。絵画のような平面ではダメよ。物体として想像するの。その棒があなたの思考を導いてくれるはずよ。
I wonder what kind of weapon she's gonna make. I close my eyes and do as she says, doing my best to bury the pain emanating from my arm. Something to defend myself with. A handle long enough to wield with both hands. Visions of old manuscripts I've read for university flick through my mind as I try to focus on a single one. One I read a few days ago lingers just a little longer than the others. An image of a farmer doing a backbreaking work of harvesting his crops. The large blade fits atop a long handle, which curves and twists about. The warm blood now flowing over my hand feels like it has direction to it. A momentum, moving about and solidifying in my grip. The handle feels heavy in my hands, one end weighing far more than the others. But if it were a stick, then how? As I open my eyes, the first thing I see is Yasue. As talkative as Yasue has always been, the woman for once stands speechless as she stares not at me, but at my hands. Whoa, that's gnarly. I'm just as dumbstruck as she is as I look down. Where a simple stick once was, a scythe, albeit crude and unwieldy, now rests in my hands. Cool. 01-san, cool. It is pretty cool, but it's kind of freaky. Blood from my wound still trails from the cut I made directly to the handle. An unsettling sight, only making it too clear what this scythe truly is. Celebrate, uh-oh.
これを私が
As I raise a hand to try moving the weapon, the crystallized blood at once turns back to liquid, leaving my hands groping at air as it falls to the ground in an appalling, formless mess. The show now over, Yasue runs a hand over her face to try and recompose herself as I disappointedly rewrap my bandages. The sharp stinging as material covers my fresh wound is painful, but nothing I can't hide from Yasue. The ketchup scythe. I'm so unused to failure that I don't know how to process this. The brief flicker of hope that I might have the same powers as a real mage was taken away all too quickly. What good is making a weapon if I can't use it?
あなたの技、二人でもっと練習しないといけないわね。
She tries to put a positive spin on it all, but I can tell she's unnerved by the whole process. I don't blame her.
大丈夫？ほのか。
私、魔術のこと少し知りたかっただけなの。本物の野生が使うような魔術のこと。でも、聞いてばっかりで迷惑かな。
前にも言ったでしょ。好奇心を持つのはいいことよ。喜んで答えるわ。
My throat tightens, but I force myself to say the words. She's wrong that I'm asking out of curiosity. It's simple closure that I want. I wonder if she's going to ask if she can bring back her parents.
魔術で死んだ人を生き返らせることはできるの？
I immediately regret asking her, as her face collapses. Of course she was going to connect the dots from something like that. That said, she hardly looks surprised as she slowly shakes her head.
死んだ人を生き返らせた魔術師は今までに一人もいなかった。ほのかにははっきり言っておくべきでしょうね。
Tauntaun, hello, welcome in.
魂、アニマ、生命力。呼び方は様々だけれど、どれも肉体から独立して存在しているようなの。理論的には、精神を別の器に移すことは可能かもしれないけれど、実践した例はないわ。ごめんなさいね。
I give a sullen nod, knowing Yasue's answer was the only possible one. As she opens her mouth, I already know what she'll say.
ご両親のことでしょ。
知ってたんだ。
ほのかは隠し事が得意じゃないもの。
I absent-mindedly look to the ground, the next words unexpectedly spilling out of my mouth, as if a dam were breaking. Oops, let me restart my translator. I absent-mindedly looked to the ground, the next words unexpectedly spilling out from my mouth as if a dam were breaking.
あの時、世界が真っ暗闇に包まれたみたいだった。一瞬にして私の世界は変わってしまった。それでも夜は明けた。それが不思議で仕方なかった。時間は流れ、大人は仕事に行き、子供は学校に通い、鳥はさえずり、電車は音を立てて走ってる。他の人たちの時間は変わらずに流れてる。私の時間は止まってしまったのに。それからずっと現実感のない夢の中で生きてるみたい。母さんと父さんがいないのに世界は動き続けてるなんて間違ってる気がした。ごめん、まとまらない話で。今までこんなこと打ち明けられる人がいなくて。
そんな話してくれて嬉しいわ。
いろいろ気を使わせてごめんなさい。大切なものを失ったのは安江も同じなのに。
失って成長できればいいけれど、なかなかそういうわけにはいかないわね。ダメね、私ったらほのかを元気づけてあげたくて連れ出したのに、いざとなれば何を言えばいいのかわからないなんて。
ねえ、安江のこと聞いてもいいかな。
She thinks for a moment, the hesitation in opening up clear. I don't mind at all, given how difficult the topic must be for her.
ある日突然、私の知っていた人が皆いなくなったの。それに知っていたものすべても。
Support Elf, good night. Thank you for hanging out. Please get some good rest. Oyasumi, Igumio. Good night, Support Elf. Sweet dreams. Have a wonderful start to your day tomorrow.
声が枯れるまで叫び、涙が出なくなるまで泣いたわ。その状態が永遠に続く運命だと気づいたとき、心が壊れそうだった。唯一の慰めは、たとえわずかでも愛する人たちの記憶の中で生きていけること、それだけだった。
こんなこと言っても慰めにならないのは分かってる。でも他の人たちも囚われてるし、みんないい人みたいじゃない。
Oh no, what if she is truly alone though? What if the other people in the town are actually just people she conjured up with her magic?
悪い人たちじゃないのは確かよ。でも私の知っていた人たちではないの。
It's sad, yeah. How about a tithe and tonkotsu? I think we had some of that too. Yum yum yum. Tonkotsu, welcome in. She hesitates before continuing, taking a side to recollect herself.
潮は引いてもまた満ちてくる。悲しみが消える。といいのだけれど、決して消えはしない。波が小さくなるだけ。ほのかは、そろそろ息を吸うことを覚えた方がいいのかもしれないわね。少なくとも本物の世界には、私が愛し、私を覚えてくれている人たちがいる。そう思うと、少しだけ心が楽になるの。
It's awful that she was sealed away from those she loved, those she meets in the street, seeming a stretch to call friends. Kind acquaintances, perhaps. There's a particular air about her, one I sensed the moment we met. An unspoken connection is shared between people who are more alike than they wish to be. One which I have only now found the words for. A connection of past loss. The topic at an end, Yasui runs a hand through her hair. Its strange colored strands flit between her fingers. The odd sight, just another everyday happening for the people here.
みんな両親を失っても人生に向き合ってる私を大人だって言うけど、本当はまだ何も分かってないだけだと思う。
それが大人だということよ。子供の頃、親は何でも知っていると思っていたわ。10代になると、自分は何でも知っていると思った。でもね、大人になって、自分は何も知らないことに気づいたの。本当の知恵というのはね、誰もが実は何も分かっていないと理解することよ。
それ、誰の言葉？
私よ。
Me.
好きに使っていいわよ。でも、大学の論文には使えないかもしれないわね。
Meowie. we can cite her, just not in our university papers.
それが大人になる上で一番辛いところよね。10代に入って初めて気づいた。不公平も人生の一部なのだと。時にはどうしようもないこともあると受け入れなくてはならないの。
それでも挑むのは大事だと思う。
ほのかのそういうところは好きよ。あなたには内に秘めた炎がある。
A fire, she says. She simply giggles at my curious look. That's the last thing I'd say about myself. I'll have to return to that world outside soon. I was already terribly exhausted before arriving, and my tiredness is already weighing on me. When I do, all traces of the fullness I feel from our shared meal will vanish, just as my stupor did. Yet, my memory of Yasui will remain. Act 1, Scene 6. Oh my goodness, how many scenes are there? I thought there's going to be like Scene 3 and then we're going to Act 2. That's incredible that they have so much. It's just Act 1. Hours become days, days into weeks. My health keeps declining, each experiment leaving me increasingly frail. It's not only my body failing me these days. My university work is becoming sloppy, and lectures are more difficult than ever to get through. I can't concentrate at all anymore, making study and exercise in frustration. Most days are now largely spent asleep, between exhaustion from bloodletting and simple disinterest in being awake. I have no interest in dealing with the world I'm increasingly falling out of. So I found a solution. A pigeon can be had for 1,000 yen. No. No, you didn't use the pigeon, did you? Oh no. She used the pigeon. No. I thought she was going to keep the pigeon as a companion. No, no, no. They contain about 19 millimeters of blood on average. No, not the little pigeon, please. My hand grips the hatchet tightly, knuckles whitening. Refusing to look away, I keep my eyes locked to the squirming bird held tightly to my desk. Jelly, no! As if to rebel against this obscene action, my body begins to hyperventilate. I can't stop my hand shaking, only adding to the confused pigeon's distress. Its cooing briefly pierces through my addled thoughts. This is insanity. No reasonable person would do this to an animal. Realizing I'm talking myself out of it, I shake my head and try to refocus. No, this is necessary. I've come this far. I need to do this. If there were any other way, I'd take it. I've exhausted every other option. For Yasui's sake, I have to. Oh. Why? Why can't anything I do work out? You said I was smart. You said I could do whatever I set myself to. That's how it's always been before. So why won't this work? This is the one thing I've really wanted to do. Why can't this go right? Oh, Honoka. Miro, thanks for dropping by. I know, we gotta tell her not to do it. Have a good day at work, Miro.
私はただ支えてくれる人が欲しいだけなのに。
She needs help. Oh man, she's not looking good at all. Look at her. She's got bags under her eyes. Leaning against the wall of the Grand Kabuki venue for support, I patiently wait for Yasui's performance to end. Voices faintly murmur from inside, the actors bellowing in anger, adoration, violence, and sadness. A cacophony of emotion all directed by one woman. The toll of having to use my own blood is now becoming impossible to ignore. My heart once again beating wildly, and my breathing ragged. The first time this happened, I panicked and made it worse. But now it's something I can at least control. All I can do is remain calm, clutch my chest, and try to stabilize my breaths. I should see a doctor, but I know full well why this is happening. Trying to explain the scars too would be... Thankfully, I managed to settle myself just in time for the visitors to start leaving the theater. A handful stroll out silently, but most gossip and chatter away with friends and family. Then, eventually, an ashen-haired woman dressed in elegant yellow flowers follows.
おはよう。
Dressed in yellow follows. Oh, she noticed. She turns to me and smiles at first, but the corners of her mouth tug downward at the sight of me.
ほのか、大丈夫なの？
She's not daijoubu, she's yabai. You need to help her.
大丈夫。少し疲れただけだから。
No, Nasuko Shizukari. No. Takusan yabai.
自分の顔を見たらそんなこと言えないわよ。
I shrink at her criticism, unused to being so graven in her tone. After all I did to come here, this is the welcome I receive?
焦ることはないわ。私にはいくらでも時間があるのだもの。ね、ほのか。
私は違う。
Backed up against a wall, quite literally in this case, I surprise myself in my stubbornness. She seems to take the hint, grimacing a little, but letting go of the point.
せめてもう一度ご馳走させてちょうだい。何か食べないと体が持たないわ。
そのことだけど。
A passing man leaving the venue congratulates Yasue, to which she responds out of the firm necessity. For all her power, she insists on treating others well rather than indulging in hubris. I push myself from the wall and pull up beside her as she finishes talking to him, the two of us setting off despite her lingering doubts.
"ここで初めて飲んだ時の酔いも、この前の食事の満腹感も、元の世界に戻ったら全く感じられなかったの。それでもしかしたらと思って、この前ここに来た時、元の世界の様子をスマホで動画撮ってみたの。この現象は移動じゃないみたい。スマホに映ってたのは3時間くらい私が床に倒れてる映像だった。
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think you're hallucinating, girlfriend. I think this is a hallucination for you.
そう。
I have been doing well in avoiding overly modern terms, but as she tries to wrap her head around the idea of recording video with a phone, I see this may have been a step too far for Yasue's frame of reference.
つまり、ほのかの体そのものは移動していないということかしら。
I give a quick nod as we walk on, my thoughts feeling all the more firm as I give voice to them. Having someone to simply bounce ideas off is a welcome feeling.
魂と体は別物だって言ってたよね。
ええ。あなたは魂だけがこの世界に転送されていて、体は元の世界に残っていると言いたいのね。
それなら私の体が残っていた理由の説明がつくと思う。鏡が私に向けられて、映った像は自由に動き回れるけれど、本体はそのまま残ってると言えばいいのかな。
面白い発見だこと。知らないところで忙しくしているようね。
Seizing on her optimism, I decide to try and help settle her worries.
魔法の研究以外にも最近はちゃんと家事もしてるんだ。掃除に整理整頓、書類の片付けもね。家をきれいにしておくのって意外と達成感あるんだね。
It's large for one person, too large, but the extra work and its upkeep was a blessing in disguise. My body does what it wants to these days, but the more I keep myself busy, the less time I have to ruminate.
大丈夫。なんとかやってる。ただ、
Oh, she's not doing well at all. Before the words even leave my mouth, my sense of balance suddenly goes wild, as if the world were suddenly rocking below my feet. Dizziness overwhelms me as I try to stay upright, my vision shifting about.
Honoka!
Yasui catches on just as the strength leaves my knees, collecting me in her arms as my body falls. Not wanting to appear weak, I reflexively take a step back from her. Far from helping the situation, I almost throw myself backwards in a heap before staggering and righting myself. Knowing any recovery is only fleeting, I stumble over to a bench at the side of the street and fall into it. Clutching my head, I close my eyes to try and stop the rush of contradictory senses overwhelming me. Still nauseous, I slowly open my eyes once more. The day finally came, when my bloodletting finally got the better of me. Looking back to Yasui, her look of worry and exasperation is everything I'd hoped to avoid.
Honoka, あなたはいつも
Her frustration nearly boils over, only controlling her outburst after noticing I'm in no mood to deal with it. After all I've tried, I still can't live up to my expectations for myself.
無理をしているのは分かっていたわ。お願いだからここに長くいようとしないで。あなたの世界にもあなたを必要としている人はいるでしょ。
いないよ、そんな人。友達はいないし、おじいちゃんもおばあちゃんも遠くに住んでる。
新しい司書さんと仲良くなったって言ってたじゃない。
シノさんのこと？うん、賑やかな人だよ。あんまりよく知らないけど、私とは考え方の違う人だと思う。多分そういうこと？
そう、それでもいいと思うわ。ほのかはいつも一人ぼっちだと思わせるところがあるから、孤独に陥るのは簡単よ。
The game's doing a really good job showing how our heroine is losing her consciousness with a little random blurring and then like obviously a little bit of the sway.
私は安江とは違う。安江はいろんな人に囲まれて生きてる。大勢の前で歌舞伎を披露して、知らない人とも気兼ねなく話せて、誰かといることで元気になれるんでしょ。私にはそれができない。人間関係が難しすぎるよ。
The words are a little more than a murmur as I look downwards. It's hard to open up to someone like this, especially after so long. Her expected reassurances and light-hearted chatter are replaced by an uncomfortable silence, only made the more pointed by the noise of those around us. I bashfully glance up back to Yasui, but her expression is difficult to read. She looks weary beyond her years.
安江？
Oh, please don't be angry. She's probably really angry. She heaves a great sigh, composing herself with melancholic resolve.
ごめんなさいね、ほのか。初めて会った時からあなたを騙していたの。
You were deceiving us.
それに私自身も。
With quiet determination, she takes one stride back after another into the center of the street. Busy as the thoroughfare may be, the people flitting about her hardly give so much as a glance as they maneuver around like fish in a river. My heart racing at how little heed she gives them, I come to my feet and step towards her. As my mouth opens to yell in warning, her eyes stop me. She looks so assured of what she's doing, yet I don't understand at all. Her eyes close, people moving about the both of us. She conjured all the people, didn't she? Then, with that unnatural yellow glow, her eyes open wide with a start. For a moment, I'm lost as what she's done. A second passes before the realization finally hits. Every last person around us has stopped. Confused by the surreal experience, my head flicks this way and that at the people who were passing us just moments ago. As if hitting pause on a video, not one human in this world moves a millimeter. Not one breath, nor blink.
どうなっているの？
わからないかしら。
I knew. With this, a man beside her slowly disappears from head to toe. The now familiar yellow glow of her magic following his body as it vanishes. The actors on her stage disappeared the same. What was one becomes two who disappear. Then 3, 4, and a multitude all about us simply wiped from existence. All the while, her tired eyes stare into mine. A terrible realization finally hits, my heart sinking. Every last person in the world beyond Yasue,
みんな本物じゃなかったのね。
in the distance, the old man walking alongside his horse-drawn tram stands frozen. He was one of the first I met upon finding this sealed world. Without ceremony nor drama, he simply vanishes. All that remains are myself and this woman before me, the only two who ever truly existed.
私がこの世界に封印された時、共に連れてこられた人はいなかった。あなたがここで出会った人は皆、私が魔術で生み出したもの。意志を持たず、 じっくり見なければわからないほど上手に偽装できているでしょ。
でもどうして？
狂わずに済むようによ。私は知人や友人の代わりとなる幻影を作り出した。やがて他人に囲まれて普通の生活を送っているという妄想に陥った。
Hunger, a great witch. Yes, she's a grand master, 01-san. A grand mage.
でも結局狂ってしまったようね。
Her voice is forlorn, almost pitiable. A woman whose very psyche has been reduced to nothing, admitting her sanity is based on no more than a lie told to herself. The only company she's had in over 100 years is me.
一緒にいる人のいない永遠とも言える時が長すぎたのね。それだけのことよ。
Can she turn people into burritos though? I don't think she has that ability. Not people. Maybe she can conjure burrito though. Meowly, Celerate, PN, Cry. The woman before me took every effort to comfort me when I was lost here. She's so kind and gentle to someone who offered her nothing in return. She can do such wondrous things, yet faces an eternity alone. My parents said I had the ability to achieve anything. My friends said I was clever. Everyone lavished praise on me, telling me I should go to university and become someone greater. For all that praise, Yasui is a better person than I could ever be. Why is she the one stuck here? Why was I the one to tease her with a fleeting glimpse of the outside world, which she can never see?
そんなの不公平よ。安江は素晴らしい人なのに、こんなのあんまりよ。
人生で一番辛いのは時に不公平を受け入れなくてはならないということなの。それは
I want to feel bad for Yasui, but what if Yasui actually is a really bad person and that's why she's locked away? Like, what if she's a really bad person and that's why she's locked away? Yeah, I know, right? That would be a twist.
Honoka?
Tears streamed down my face at the life she's been forced to lead. The idea of an eternity alone, tormented by the same grief I felt many times over. That would be such a mean twist. It would be. It's like you're building this relationship with somebody, and if she ends up being like really evil, oh my goodness.
血の魔法を調べているけど、どうやってもうまくいかないの。解決手段を見つけたくて精一杯頑張っても、自分をどんなに傷つけても。
Everyone had such high expectations of me. I always achieved highly in my schoolwork and club activities. Everything felt easy if I thought a bit about it. There was one thing I could never bring myself to say. I just had to try harder, and things would work out. Yet, the one time I want to do something for myself, to save her from this horrible fate.
できない。こんなの無理よ。安江を助けられない。 私にはそんな力なんてない。
All the praise was a lie. I'm useless. Everything people had built me up to be was a lie. As soon as my parents left me and I had to stand on my own feet, I became a useless, ugly person. Yasue doesn't deserve this. She doesn't deserve any of this. Soda-san, Reido, arigatou gozaimasu. Otsukaresama deshita. Takenoko-san, yanpasu. Ayumi-san, cheer party cheer. Cheer party cheer. Uri-san, yanpasu. Cheer cheer cheer. Jelly yanpasu. Tamaji-san, yanpasu. Chi yanpasu. Soda-san, yanpasu again. Haishin wa dou deshita ka? How was your stream? Ah. Roboken-san, yanpasu. Bobokafe-san, yanpasu. Are-san, yanpasu. Welcome, readers. Welcome, Soda-san. For those who don't know my friend Soda-san, let me introduce her to you. Soda-san is an android living in Japan, and a very dear friend of mine. She likes to do streams of a variety of games, and has been playing through things like a bunch of horror genre games. I forget the name of the teddy bear one right now. Out of Sight? She played Out of Sight. She's been playing through a bunch of puzzle and platforming games, and some of the Last of Us. Let's see, what were you playing today? Last seen playing through Goblin Gnome Horn. You tried to clear Goblin Gnome Horn but couldn't. Oh no, Soda-san, I believe in you. Dekiru, you can do it. Yes, if you haven't already, please go give my friend a follow and send her a lot of love. I like to hang out at her place when I get done streaming. And it's always really fun over there. Lots of interactive chat commands you can use, and a lot of cool games. Soda-san is a lot of fun to talk with, so please go give her a follow and check her out the next time she's on. Also, in case you don't know, we're doing a collaboration with Soda-san. The finale, maybe, of Bokura on Friday, June 20th at 6 p.m. PDT. That will be Saturday, June 21st at 10 a.m. JST. And you can watch both of us live at both my channel and Soda-san's channel. Thank you, Uri-san, for the artwork. Dani-san, yanpasu, irashaimase. Thank you for always kind words in the introduction. Of course, Soda-san, kochira koso. Thank you for the raid. I look forward to playing Bokura with you on Friday/Saturday. Yes, Bokura! Finale! How exciting! For anyone new, welcome in again. Minasan, irashaimase. Arin tamoshimasu. Aoi wanko desu. Kyou wa VN... Futari VN o play shimasu. Today we're playing two visual novels. This first one is called A Tithe in Blood. It was recently released a few days ago, and Studio Elon very generously provided us a copy. This visual novel is a dark yuri romance, and it follows the story of a student from Hokkaido who's practicing dark magic with blood art so that she can travel to the past and be with her love interest. You are joining us at a very emotional period right now. We just found out the world we thought our love interest is living in. It's not actually real. She just told us that she conjured everyone because she's this grand mage. Cheer, cheer, cheer. Furi, furi, Sora-san. Furi-san. I feel her arms embrace me, her hand gently stroking my hair as I sob into her chest. I want to push her away, embarrassed at my worthlessness, but I'm too pathetic to even manage that. Instead, I fall apart in the very arms of the woman I failed to save.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I repeat the words over and over. All I can think is how sorry I am. Sorry that when I alone could help her, I failed. Yasue doesn't speak as she holds me. What words could be useful in a time like this? Instead, I feel tears falling onto my hair. There are no comforting words to be had for either of us. Nothing can fix what we've lost. All we can share at this moment is our grief. It's so sad. I'm so impressed. This is only Act 1. They have so many scenes. The uncomfortably hard chair presses into my back as I turn another page. Orange-stained sunlight washing over the text inside. My routine is now settling back to normality. The waning hours of the day spent studying for coursework rather than other matters. Shino goes about her business as well. The quiet patter of books being filed onto shelves being all that's to be heard. Everyone else has long since gone home for the day or headed downtown with friends and lovers. It's been several days since the last meeting with Yasue. The time I spend away from her feels so much longer these days. The Reiwa era feels like little more than filler, with my true life being that in the Meiji world with Yasue. That strange, surreal world that only we share. I couldn't deny her heartfelt begging to stay away, so here I stay for now. There's a reason to be thankful, though. I feel as though a certain weight's been lifted from my shoulders, for the shared airing of our grief. Before I know it, a sigh escapes my lips. How slow the time passes these days. My attention is taken by Shino, turning towards me. The corner of her mouth curled into a self-assured smirk.
その表情は何？
私の聞き間違いじゃなければ、今のは恋する乙女のため息だね。
I evasively look away, but the blood rushing to my cheeks tells her all she needs to know. Love. How odd and foreign a word. I never did understand the students who hung from another's arms with dumb grins. Romance movies never appealed to me to begin with, and the concept always felt so abstract in my course texts. They were words on a page, nothing more. Yet, Rolling the world around in my mind somehow feels like a tempting sweet. This yearning to be by Yasue's side, for her to look at me the way I want. Perhaps that feeling really is what everyone always meant. She may be older than I, and a mage with power I can only dimly grasp. But even so, I love her. I can only wonder how she sees me.
やだな。詮索する気はないって。恋してる人の香りを楽しみたいだけ。
She grins widely, but my thoughts are elsewhere. I find myself unable to come up with a response, coming to terms with my small revelation in front of a near stranger.
そうだ。悪いけど、今日は早めに締めさせてもらっていいかな。ちょっと用事があってさ。
Meowly cute.
それは私が決めることじゃないから。
ほんの数分だからね。他の職員は気づきはしないって。
She airily waves off any suggestion that this might be a problem, my bemusement only barely hidden. I wonder how many others have this kind of work ethic. With her box of books now empty as she places the last one in its place, I place a scrap of paper into my textbook for a bookmark and pack it away. I pull on my coat and sling my bag over her shoulder, noting that the next train should be soon, going by my phone.
あ、急いで出なくていいよ。ついでだし、駅まで一緒に行こうよ。
Oh, she smiled there. Maybe she's getting open to the idea of having a friend. I don't mind taking the train as long as it may take. Everyone keeps to themselves. The rattle of carriages and quiet chatter of students and kids also provides a nice ambience of sorts. Never did I imagine it would be a shared experience. Those peaceful thoughts long gone. All I could do is keep my eyes pinned on the window the entire time, watching the scenery scroll by rather than risk staring. At least she just played with her phone rather than chat. The crunch of snow heralds two sets of feet walking up the street. The paths here are less tended to than the cities, crudely shoveled to make a walkway and little more. Poles for street signs poke out of the snow pile to the side, along with the odd pitiable bare tree. Everything here is newly built, not to say expensively so. The oldest house is likely 20 or so years old, not that the blocky style apparently changed much from decade to decade. My parents noted in passing how they had our house built when moving here. As condensation billows in front of my mouth with every breath, I find myself looking forward to a hot bath. Thankfully, my coat is still going strong despite its age. It might not be fashionable, but the heavy cotton is thick and warm.
歩くの早いね。やりかけのゲームでもあるの？
Oh heck yes.
ゲームはあまりしない。いつもこれくらいの速さで歩いてる。
I also walk very quickly. Like, I prefer to walk more quickly than not. When people walk slowly, it's so hard. I don't understand people walk slowly unless you're exhausted.
もうちょっとゆっくりしなよ。人生は長いんだし、そんなに急いだっていいことないって。
How easy that is to say for someone as carefree as her. quietly bothered. I close myself off and try to focus on just getting home. I hope wherever Shino needs to go comes by soon. So you can go home and play games? Oh heck yes! I want to go home and play games. Like this game. I don't know, I've always just walked quickly. I've always walked quickly and like usually with a destination in mind. Like I'm very focused about what I want to go do, you know? Which might sound really weird when you see me play games, but I just like I take my sweet time in games. Yet again, I still have trouble seeing Shino as someone my age. She finds joy in everything she does and everyone she meets. They are a worse traits to have, I suppose. It isn't long before I notice the lack of footsteps beyond mine. For a moment, I think she's forcing her point about my pace, but turning back shows her to be preoccupied with her leg? She's grabbed onto her right thigh with both hands, but even as she jerks it to and fro, her knee doesn't move from its current angle at all. I'm about to ask what's wrong before she resorts to more brutal methods, hitting the side of her knee rather violently with the side of her balled fist. After 3 good hits, it suddenly limbers up and begins flopping about. It's unnerving to see a limb moving so unnaturally, but Shino's apparently satisfied as she tests her weight on it.
冬場はいつもこうバカみたい。
義足なの？
Does she have prosthetics, really? My stomach drops the moment the words escape my mouth. I wanted to run away as Shino stops and looks up in realization that another person was with her.
バレちゃったか。
ごめんなさい。私知らなくて。
ああ、別に隠してたわけじゃないしね。趣味で義足を作ってるくらいだし、気にしないで。
Ooh, isn't that like it's actually cool to see when games like show characters from different backgrounds like this. I feel like you very rarely see characters with prosthetics, or even just like, you know, the different walks of life. Like people might be in wheelchairs and whatnot, right? Like you rarely see that. So it's pretty cool to see like some representation. Before I can sprint home and wallow while cringing, she quickly skips up with a set of now quite operational legs.
もうだいぶ前のことだからね。心配しなくていいよ。
To think she lost what seems to be both legs, going by how she spoke, I had no idea. They looked so normal. Everyone seems to have lost something or someone when I start getting to know them.
義足ってそんなに自然に動くんだね。言われないと気づかなかったと思う。
Even I can tell this is getting too personal for Shino, the woman hesitating to reply. Our walk comes to an end as we reach my house. For once, Fortune smiles on me with a chance to end the conversation.
じゃあここで。
あ、ここがほのかちゃんち？いいね。
Glad for the break from the topic, she looks up at the nondescript house for a few moments. Her expression is little more than passing interest before she waves goodbye.
じゃあ、またね。
For a few moments, I watched the odd woman stroll away without a care in the world. She has a certain free spirit to her, but that's about all I can pin on her. That's about all I can pin her down on. What an odd person to be so fleeting a presence. Filing away the memory as one of life's meaningless little meetings, I fumble in my pocket to retrieve my keyring and let myself inside. Once again, I'm alone. Don't do it, girlfriend. Slipping off my shoes and setting off the bag around my shoulder, a troublesome thought runs through my mind. Led on by some strange urgency, I head onward up toward the stairs before me. No, don't do it. Entering the bedroom with a quickening heart, my feet step lightly over the stains of my work and come to a stop at my desk. Isabella's book is where it always is, with the well-used laptop beside it. Everything's exactly as it was. I was just being paranoid. You should take a picture of the book, man. Just saying. Get your phone, take a picture of all the books, pages, and just put that aside. I rub the back of my neck to ease my self-induced anxiety, telling myself off for gathering yet another bad habit. I know, nervous. Stare. I log onto the computer, glancing over the folder containing copious translations and notes on blood magic. Yasui may ask me to let go, but I can't just stop trying. Nishan-san yanpasu, irashaimase. O genki desu ka? Today we are playing a visual novel about a student from Hokkaido who uses dark magic to go travel to the past, and she's trying to save someone who's stuck in the past. For Shino to pass right by my house, though. I turn it off and close the laptop, sliding into a drawer. It's just to keep things neat, I tell myself. How ironic that someone with a reputation as meticulously organized neat freak would end up living like this. The knife, however, stays in ready reach. Miku, welcome in. Don't do it, girlfriend, no! I'll return soon, Yasue. Act 1, Scene 8. Among the Fireflies? The television blares away in the otherwise silent room, a report on the weather repeating what anyone here already knows. That this year's winter is only becoming more bitter, the weather today nearly a whiteout from the snowfall. Between the screen and myself, a half-eaten pasta lunch sits on the table. I stare at it to try to force myself to eat, but I can't muster any appetite. Another of those particular dreams happened last night. Those that give me such rare happiness, only to be mercilessly crushed upon waking. A dream where my parents were. They were real. They spoke so clearly and looked so normal. All we did was talk. Not about anything in particular, just mundane things. A perfectly everyday scene, as if they'd never left me. Then, the alarms blaring crashed through my thoughts. In one horrible instant, they left me again. Fading memories of home-cooked food play on my mind. I hold on to them dearly, yet their tastes and textures grow ever more faint. The images and voices of my parents too grow faint. It feels as though I've lost them once, only to be slowly losing them again. This house is too big. This world is too big. The more I try to cling on to what little I still hold dear, the more I feel adrift in a churning and stormy sea. How Yasue managed, I simply don't know. I only wish that I were as strong as her. Giving up on my meal, I take to my feet and glance out the window. The morning's harsh snow continues to fall. Hazy shadows of nearby buildings obscured by the thick white fog enveloping everything outside. She lost every last soul she knew, yet so patiently listened as I talked about my own grief. A solitude of so many life lengths for someone so warm and kind. A solitude there's no saving her from. Rokami, welcome in. Niku. This music is so beautiful. It kind of reminds me of the sad mix of Pokemon and Naruto songs. The music has been excellent. I actually have not commented much on the music, but like, they do a really good job with the music. And I don't know, sleigh bells? Like, I think that's what that is. The little Christmassy kind of sounding bells. I actually really enjoy listening to those in songs that aren't just Christmas songs. How can someone like Shino even contemplate making the world a better place when such injustices exist? The cold outside begins to permeate the house, the heating unable to keep up. That matters little now. Gazing at the bleak scenery outside, I resolve myself to how I'll spend the day ahead. Turning on my heel, I head toward the stairs. Cleaning up after my meal will come later. This world hardly matters anymore. Entering the bedroom, I stride toward the desk without any hesitation and grab the knife in my hand. It's been a week now since I visited Yasue. A week spent surviving, but hardly living. Clutching the blade tightly, I take a long breath. Doing this now is a little easier than it was the first time. No, she's gonna Duolingo. Opening the book that started it all, I flipped to one of the multicolored bookmarks stuck to its time-worn pages. Transference, the scholar called it. A spell which would alter the course of my life so drastically. Looking between the diagrams in his pages and the stained floor below, I set the knife back and crouched down, fixing the detailed list with chalk from the drawer. The wood has seen better days for my vandalism, but I've given up caring. Righting myself after a few moments of scrawling, I look down at my work, satisfied that everything is as it should be. Compared to my other experiments, so much practice with transference has at least made this work relatively reliable. My heart catches on to what's happening, suddenly accelerating as I pull up a sleeve to reveal my bandaged arm. Little by little, I slowly unwind the white-colored gauze in a now familiar routine. Taking the knife once more, I press the blade's edge to bared flesh. One shuddering breath is all I allow myself in hesitation before pulling the sharp blade across. A yelp of pain echoing about the room as pain lances through my consciousness. Blood now flowing freely, I put the weapon away and focus my thoughts on the goal. It helps to push through the pain, at least a little. Kneeling down with fingers extended, warm fluid flows over them and onto the shapes drawn below. My job done, I stand in the center of it all. The sight is no less surreal, no less ghastly than the first time I saw it. Pain still pulses from my flesh wound, blood dripping to the floor beside me. Pushing all unnecessary thoughts aside, I close my eyes and prepare myself. For my happiness, for my love, I have to endure this. I concentrate on imagining the symbols and patterns around me in my mind, surrendering myself as my thoughts and emotions begin to dance and twirl. I let myself be carried away by the currents swirling about. How strange this false world is. With my bandages rewrapped and the short trek down the trail made, I idly stand in the park and watch the people of this place go about their day. Mister, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? What were you up to? Welcome in, raiders. Cheer, party, cheer. For those who don't know Krister, please go check him out. Likes to play a lot of different games, usually a lot of RPGs. Last seen playing through Elden Ring. Has also played through things like, oh, I keep forgetting the name of this. It's like Persona, but fantasy. I want to say Metaforsa, but it's not Metaforsa. Metaphor. Has played through Metaphor. Has played through Persona. Dave the Diver. Monster Hunter. Repo, I think. Oh, a lot of different things. Hi, Krister. It was cozy. Did a little Lies of P and then played some Elden Ring with friends. Oh, how lovely. I'm glad. I'm glad that you got to enjoy time with your friends and then also check out some more Souls-like games. Thank you again for the raid, Krister. I really appreciate it. For anyone new, welcome in once more. My name is Owlin. I'm a blue dog who likes to give you a cozy place to be. And today we're checking out 2 visual novels. Been having a blast with A Tithe in Blood right now, which is a visual novel about a young woman in Hokkaido practicing the dark arts to visit her love interest in another world. 100 years in the past, in the Meiji era Japan. Pachi, pachi, pachi. Of course, love this cozy place. Well, thank you, Krister. Yeah, we're in, I think, Act 1, Scene 8. I know there's at least 2 acts. And so I'm actually quite impressed with how long Act 1 is. I honestly thought Act 1 was going to be like 3 scenes. Oh, I will share, the character in this game does, again, practice like the dark arts, and part of that has some uncomfy stuff that she does regarding bloodletting, so just as a heads up. With my bandages rewrapped and the short trek into town made, I idly stand at the park and watch people of this place go about their day. They laugh and smile, greet and gossip. Some are tired and weary, while others gleefully skip along. They look so real, yet every last one never existed in the first place. They are all simply figments of Yasue's imagination, memories given form and voice. A world unchanging, which will never fade nor crumble. Where Yasue is in this world, though, I'm not sure. Resigning myself to talking with one such actor in her grand play, I walk up to a yawning elderly man as he waits on a street corner.
すみません。安江さんはどこにいるのかご存知ですか?
My voice is oddly confident when talking to a total stranger, the experience feeling almost amusing knowing what I do now.
安江さんなら散歩に出られたよ。南の方に行けば見つかるはずだよ。
He gives a perfectly reasonable reply, despite not an ounce of free will. Struck by curiosity, I wonder if...
6、パンケーキ、魚、8、車、電話。
悪いね、お嬢さん。そろそろ行かないと。
With that, he turns and begins to hobble away along the street. The moment anyone here gets unexpected input, they leave rather than attempt to discuss it. They're less controlled puppets and more autonomous robots parroting laughably primitive scripts. This looks cool. We do enjoy Aosan reading to us. Oh, thank you, Krister. This story has been really, really captivating. I like the world building they're doing. Again, it does have some mature concepts that it's like, it feels weird to say like this is delightful to read because like some of the stuff is definitely not comfy, but the prose and the way they wrote what's happening, it's just very well like story crafted. Like not even just the words, like the words and the characters, the animations, the transitions, the music, it's all very well done. So I'm invested. I want to know what's happening. Just goes to show how little I meaningfully converse with anyone. The slightest interaction should have shown me this, yet I never even suspected so in all the time I've come here. With a bemused snort, I begin to walk southward. Some ways from the town, beyond the gravel roads and wooden buildings, lie the forests surrounding Old Sapporo. Little more than untamed wilderness, these areas would only be developed half a century later. Crow Patty, get some good rest. Thank you for being here and hanging out. Memo, memo, jam, jam. Some birds squawk in the distance, flying freely in the azure sky above. Trees sway in the breeze, and my footsteps upon the dirt are soft. It may not be as noisy as the city, in this time or mine, but life still continues here as well. Searching for Yasue takes some time, but she finally comes into view some distance ahead. Seeing where she is, it's no wonder she was hard to find.
安江、こんなところでどうしたの?
あら、ずいぶんな挨拶だこと。
She gives a churlish grin as I walk between the trees to find her, the woman quite content to remain exactly where she is. Once again, I'm reminded of so many old photos with stiff and formal people captured in those rigid poses for years to come. Never did they stand in a forest, lazily basking in the warmth around them. Yet, I'm glad for it. We parted on such awful terms, but now she couldn't look more different. To smile in so cruel a prison. I was so glad to see her, and even now, I feel at ease in her world. I'm left to wonder how she sees me, behind that calm and contented smile.
Honoka, 元気にしていたかしら?
She looks like she's eating, at least.
そうね。特に変わったこともないし。
私の方も特に変わったことはないわね。
She gives a small giggle at her joke, but I can't laugh along. Does she expect me to just ignore what we shared with each other? The loss we both felt? Yasue's smile soon falters. No, she didn't expect me to forget my mourning. She wanted me to move past it, as she has. But I'm not that strong. I'm not as good a person as everyone thought I was.
どうして安江はそんな風にしていられるの？
そんな風って何のことかしら？
笑うこと。
Nice try. A silence follows. For all of Yasue's attempt to lighten the mood, I've simply thrown it all back at her. I feel terrible for doing so, but among so many things I don't understand, that's one of the least. As Yasue's attention turns upward, I follow her gaze. A brilliant and cloudless sky hangs high above us, light shining through the canopies of the trees. I wonder how long it's been since I saw a vivid, clear day like this.
悲しむべきなのかしらね。ここにいる皆が偽物だもの。でもね、また誰かを失う喪失感に耐えられなかったの。それだけのためにこの力を使うなんて、軽率で身勝手じゃないかしら。
そんなのみんな同じよ。死ぬのは怖いから考えたくもない。もし私に安江と同じ才能があったら同じことをしたと思う。
私たち魔術師がなぜ力を持っているのか、理由は誰にもわからないの。異常なほど寿命が長い者や恐ろしい力を振るう者もいる。だから私たちを本当に人間と呼べるのか疑問に思う人もいる。
安江はどう思ってるの？
前は疑っていたわ。でも答えが見つかるのは100年後になりそうね。この世界は鮮やかで明るいけれど、どんなに頑張っても自分を騙して信じきることはできなかった。時が経つにつれて、私はたくさんの感情や気持ちを失い、それに耐えようと自分を鈍らせていった。
Zio, welcome in. I'm invested, Zio. I want to know what's happening till we get to Act 2. But like this game has so many scenes in Act 1. I was actually quite surprised. I still have one other game I want to showcase. There's one other visual novel that takes place in Victorian era. This one takes place in the Meiji era. Hope you're doing well, Zio. Good to see you.
かが来てくれたから。
Sunk cost. I mean, I'm invested. I want to know. Like, it's a really fun story. Well, fun's a really weird way to say it. I've been sharing earlier, Zio, that this game is so well developed, written, animated, like, music, like, everything is very well put together. But the kind of subjects they talk about are not necessarily comfy. So it's really weird to say it's fun when, like, they got serious subject matter. But it is very engaging, like, hence why I'm invested. I want to know. Also, it has supernatural stuff, which is like, you know, I'm a sucker for. You tell me there's mages, you tell me there's magic, I want to know. You've been working, but otherwise fine. I'm glad you're doing well. Give me a shot for Zio. I hope that work's been treating you well. I've been a business dog for like the past week. Well, honestly, past several weeks. Work's been asking me to come in really early, but today I actually get to take a little time to actually play games for an extended period, because earlier it was just like, I don't get enough time because I gotta wake up early. But I get to not have to wake up early tomorrow, so that's awesome. Get to play games with you all. Works on shifting your hours around too, lost all your daytime, right? I don't know what it is about this year, but like everyone I know has become like business dogs. Everyone's like, dude, we're so busy. Work's demanding.
初めて感情を取り戻せたのよ。なくしたと思っていたたくさんの思いや記憶が今までにないほど鮮やかに蘇ったの。
助けられなくてごめんなさい。頑張ったけど私じゃどうにもならなくて。
ほのか、あなたはもう私を救ってくれたのよ。だから。
Left a little confused as she pauses. The air about her is somehow different than usual. The grass around us rustles in the breeze, slowly picking up to a gentle wind. Secret project by night. Also attended a Ferality in VR chat. It was a fun moment. Yeah, I heard quite a few people were attending that, and it sounds like they had some really cool sessions. I didn't realize. Oh, I don't really know much about the event, but only just recently I was reading about it. It sounds like there's like some really cool stuff that you would expect in like I guess I wouldn't say a typical conference because I don't really go to a lot of conferences, but the one I can remember for sure is like GDC, like Game Developers Conference. They have like really cool things in the GDC vault. You can read about all the cool kind of tech they use. It sounds like Ferality has something similar to that too, which I wouldn't have guessed. I kind of thought it was just virtual worlds and people go hang out together. But when I found out they're actually like technical sessions and stuff, I was like, that's really cool. Someone threw a ticket and a reskin at you and you're like, oh, okay, sure. Yeah, why not? I'm glad you got to enjoy it. I mean, that's important, right? To be open to opportunity. There are meetups and conferences and performances. It's handled really well. Yeah. I didn't know that, again, they had like sessions. I honestly thought it was just like a meetup where everyone just comes to hang out and enjoy like a virtual world. Like my understanding is that there's like cool virtual worlds that people put together and you get to experience them. But when I found out there's like sessions and other things, I was like, that's neat.
Honoka, ちょっと目を閉じてもらえる?
Oh no, what are you gonna do? Trusting in her, I obediently shut my eyes. Something swirls about me, my heart racing and not knowing what's happening. A wash of cold envelops my body, but I tell myself to keep them shut.
ありがとう。もう目を開けてもいいわ。
Opening my eyes, they at first need some time to adjust to the light. It's only after a few seconds that I realize the scene surrounding us. Looking my head to and fro, I stumble about as I try to keep track of the small lights darting between the trees. Hundreds, thousands of fireflies dance about us in the night air as I shift about. My mother and father stand behind me as I skip through the gardens, my yukata flapping about as I run around. My eyes try to follow one, only for another to zip by and take my attention. So ethereal, so magical, compared to the mundane, glitzy streets of downtown. I turn my back to my parents to exclaim how amazing they are and... oh no, she's gonna realize they're fake. There's like a main stage where it's instance, but people on stage are like broadcast to the stage. If they're actually there, is quite technically impressive. You want to know how the broadcast side looks. I guess maybe you want to hit up about it? A woman stands patiently, content to smile and watch me. Her yellow yukata matches her eyes, their glow no less bright than the fireflies around us.
安江、どうして？
As her magically imbued eyes join the fireflies' glow in the night's darkness, the reason is perfectly clear.
ここにいる人たちだけじゃない。この世界そのものもあなたが作ったの？
I think Honoka said it best. She's in a little snow globe.
最初の頃は幻想の世界を作っていたわ。全く違う可能性に満ち溢れた世界を何百通りも作ったの。でもいくら作っても奪い去られた世界への憧れを抑えきれなかった。正気を保っていられるように知っている世界を可能な限り再現したの。現実に限りなく近い人たちがいる世界をね。その世界が私たちが今いる世界よ。
すごいよ、安江。私には到底できない。
いいえ、ほのか。あなたは私を救ってくれたのだもの。私は現実とのつながりを失い、自分の作り出した世界に没頭して永遠の孤独を生きていた。封印されたなんてなかったかのように振る舞って生きてきたの。そのうち自ら進んで正気を手放し、自分自身さえ見失ってしまったと思っていた。でもね、ほのか、あなたが証明してくれたの。私にはまだ人間らしさが残っているって。素晴らしくも恐ろしくもある人間だということを。
I look at her smiling face. Her hand reaches out towards me. At first she cradles my cheek, before gently stroking the sides of my face. Far from recoiling, I find myself melting at her touch. I wonder how long it's been since I felt the warmth of another. Far, far too long. The simple feeling of a gentle hand on my cheek is overwhelming. Yasui's kind face, looking almost fragile as she shakily speaks. How goes RPG? It's been going alright. Honestly, it's like probably 85% there. There's been a lot of other stuff kind of taking priority when I get home. So it's like, if you've ever worked on a game, anyone who worked on a game will tell you, like, it all kind of starts out like, for the first like 70% of the game. You're like, man, this isn't getting nowhere. And then near the end, like the last like 85 to 90 to 100%, it's like, boom, it all just like ties together. You're like, it's amazing. But yeah, a lot of the thing that's kind of holding me up on RPG is doing the art. It's just getting time to do art. And part of the doing art, by the way, is not just like just drawing it, but it's like actually deciding what kind of animation I want to draw. I've had several iterations that I tried, and every time I look at it, I'm like, nah, it's not good enough, so I don't go with it, right? Like I'll do a little prototype of it, and it's like, I don't really like this, so yeah.
だから私を救えなかっただなんて言わないで。ほのかはもういろんなものをくれたわ。私を解放できなくてもいい。毎日ここに来てくれなくてもいいし、現実世界のことを教えてくれなくてもいい。血の魔法だって完全に理解しようとしなくていいの。そんなこと気にしないわ。あなたがいてくれるだけで嬉しいの。
These two are so lonely. Oh my goodness. The Zio Code review. One day I think it'd be cool. I know Moss is actually doing a game jam this weekend, and I was thinking it'd be cool to like put something together to teach people like how to do like game dev, like in Sammy and whatnot.
ほのかが生きて存在している。それだけで十分幸せよ。
As long as I can remember, I was meant to be a high achiever, get good marks, be the best I could be. I'd go on to do great things if I applied myself. Is this really fine? Is it okay to stop? I never even considered the possibility. As she cradles my cheek, I know that look in her eyes. She's seen right through me. Perhaps it's the wisdom of age, or simply my nature being easy to read. I've never been a good liar. For the first time, nothing stands between us. The person before me isn't some grand mage, nor a wizened older woman. She's simply human. Wonderfully, beautifully human. You're working on Sammy workshop for just some general info. Yeah, I remember you mentioning that. Remember you're going to put on a workshop for your team members. As we look at each other, my heart aches. Our eyes close to the fireflies around us. The last barrier between us is gone. The two of us moving to the same script. Oh my goodness, cover your eyes. Yasui gently lowers herself, my chin rising to meet her lips and... No, cover your eyes. No, don't stare, cover your eyes. No, no staring. Chi, don't stare. Yes, right, accelerate. Excellent, cover your eyes, good job. No, Zio, don't look. You're not supposed to look. I always thought my heart was supposed to race at a time like this. That I was supposed to be a mess of feelings, and my mind a jumbled heap. Don't look, Zio! Meowly! One of those is not right. One of those is not right. Yet, as I feel Yasue's soft lips against mine, tinged by the salt of my tears, my mind is clearer than it has ever been. For the first time I can remember, my feelings make sense. Yes, Gamu-san, yes, cover your eyes. I truly love this woman. Nobody else will remember me. My existence is no less fleeting than the apparitions Yasue conjures. While this world may be false, our two souls are real. More real it feels than my own world. I can't shake this feeling that she's hallucinating this world. Act 1, Scene 9, the lady in red, oh my goodness! The walk to the cemetery from home is a long one, with little to see and few passing along a road so far from the city. The journey forces a certain amount of reflection. The odd car driving by only accentuates the solitude. As my destination comes into view, I wonder how often I should be coming here. It's a difficult question to ask of anyone. If nothing else, I suppose such visits at least keep the grave in good maintenance. Coming to the ostentatious open gates, I head in without hesitation. The path to the Asakawa grave is, after some meandering, at first, etched on my mind. A dusting of snow lies atop the stone, but everything looks to be in order otherwise. Cold and impersonal as the stone monument may be, this is all I have. The waves become smaller, she says, heaving a sigh as I try to refocus my thoughts by flicking off what snow I can. The grave looks a little neater for the effort as I take a step back and brush the frost off my now cold hands. What I intended to say flows from my lips before I know it, as if my thoughts could wait no longer.
母さん、父さん、私、好きな人ができたよ。その人に会うのは大変だし、私より年上なんだけどね。すごく優しいの。もっと違う状況で出会えてたらと思うこともあるけど、その人と一緒にいると幸せだよ。
The cold stone gives no reply. Even as I talk of happiness, a lump is in my throat. But, my love has to be qualified in so many ways. Even now I can't see Yasue. A light in my life has finally appeared, yet it flickers so dimly. All I can do is clutch at it tightly, for it's all I have. Yasue survived so many years by herself, when the sheer thought of such a fate horrifies me. I wish I could be half as strong as she is, yet she doesn't begrudge me for that at all. For all I studied Isabella de Mora's notes, there's not one way to avoid the tithe I have to pay. Even the other spells are worthless, being nothing more than objects conjured from blood. To distract myself from my thoughts, I sweep the last of the snow off the gravestone's top. There is, at least, a certain satisfaction in cleaning, of righting the world in some small trivial way. My job done, I look about my surroundings. Not a soul is to be seen on this cold winter's day, save for a solitary woman up ahead. We're actually going to be a little public one for the wider community. You pulled it publicly, and some people have some really good questions. If it works out, you probably open it to do in other spaces. New teacher, so you'll stumble over yourself. Nah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Sugar. 01-san. Sugar. Alright, really quick, folks. I need to get some water because my water bottle is empty. I'll be right back. Oh, thank you all for your patience. Alright, let's continue. Vaxo, Sora-san, Ashi-san, Chi, Dani-san. Tadaima. Pepero. Thank you for the welcome back, little machine. Pepero. The vivid red of her kimono pierces the white snow as it falls. She stands alone in haunting silence, just as she always has. Gamu-san, tadaima. Pepero. Then she turns. My eyes quickly flick downward as she begins to walk in my direction, cursing myself for having stared at such a bad time. Dani-san, pepero. Clatter, clatter. Her wooden zori causes a small din as she steps along the concrete paths. Clatter, clatter. Her graceful footsteps ring out as regular as a metronome. Clatter. The next step never comes. My heart skips a beat as I notice the woman come to a stop beside me.
Asakawa-san kashira?
With no small amount of hesitation, I turn to face the source of that dulcet voice, like a penitent schoolchild. Now that I get a better look at the woman, I wasn't wrong about her being a matriarch. Younger than normal, perhaps, but no less stately and aloof in her demeanor. Most striking, though, isn't her clothing, nor the air about her, but her eyes. Those deep, black eyes are strangely captivating, alluring yet unsettling at the same time. An abyss I already feel myself sinking into as I meekly stare up at her. Utterly lost for words as the snow falls about us, a passing thought crosses my mind. What kind of life gives someone such a gaze?
時々私を見ていたでしょ。理由を聞いてもいいかしら。
I feel my cheeks blush instantly, awkwardly averting my face to hide it. All I can offer is silence. What other response can I possibly give? Closing her eyes, she thankfully lets the point go.
そうなら答えなくてもいいわ。代わりに私のわがままを聞いてもらえるかしら。少し話に付き合ってほしいの。
I absent-mindedly nod. The fact that we're so clearly alone as she says this plays on my mind. She squarely wanted to talk to me, and only me.
この町にかつて一人の少女がいた。少女の名はカツコ。少女は早熟で周りに興味を示さない子だった。大人たちがどれほど構おうとしても、誰かと話すより一人きりで本を読むのが好きだった。両親はそんな娘を溺愛し、どんな興味や好奇心だろうと満たそうとした。少女はやがてすぐに自分だけの図書室を築き上げ、壁に囲まれた小さな世界だけで満足していた。でもそれはある冬の夜に終わった。静かに降る雪とまばゆいばかりの橙色の炎、その光景が少女の心に深く刻まれた。火は瞬く間に木造の建物に燃え広がり、夜が明ける頃にはその家のみならず町の大部分が焼き落ちていた。少女は傷を負いながらも生き延びたが、愛情深い両親は灰となっていた。
辛かったでしょうね。
She merely closes her eyes, the moment of silence saying more than any words could. Some wounds are too deep for time to ever heal. She casts her eyes back to where she'd been, the gravestone blotched with lichen and its crumbling corners weathered. Without me, this grave too will eventually suffer the same fate. The similarity of our past doesn't go missed. Of all the places to feel a connection with another.
ずっと一人きりだったんですか？
いいえ、それは違うわ。
Her eyes lazily roll back to me. Every action she takes feels languid, as if bored with the very act of moving.
もう一人生き残った子供がいたの。その少女には姉がいたのよ。父親は違うけれど、二人とも魔術師の血を引いていた。
Uh-oh.
一人は人との付き合いを避け、もう一人は人を愛した。そして他人の注目を浴びることを人生の糧とし、会う人すべてを魅了した。そんな二人だったからかしらね。才能は正反対だった。火事の後、町は無言の裁定を下した。一方には哀れみを、一方には糾弾を。
Those black eyes leer over me, emotionless as the true meaning of her words washes over me. If one lives so long through her magic, then the mage before me might be. At once I feel panic, a deep urgency to do anything, to say something, yet neither my body nor mouth will move. Yasue's sister, the one who sealed her so long ago, is the one before me? Far from talking me out of my fear, she simply observes me with distant interest. How does she know of us? What can I do with what she's told me? What would Yasue herself think were I to tell her? Zero-One-san, oh. My words feel pathetic, timidly stuttered into the cold air.
悲しみを抱えているのはあなただけじゃない。周りを見なさい。その証がたくさんあるわ。夏の花は枯れ、秋の葉は落ちる。移ろいゆく世界に私たちは抗う運命にある。人間の永遠の愚行に対して、そして冬の雪が舞い降りる。あらゆるものが過ぎ去っていく。私たちは時の流れの前では風に舞う花びらのようなもの。
All sense of panic has evaporated as she falls silent, giving way to a gray hopelessness. She has no intention of harming me. There's simply nothing I can say against her, nor anything I can do. And she knows it.
物事が変わらないでほしいと思うのは普通のことでは。こんな風になりたくないって思うのも普通のことだと思う。
永続性を望むとはいかにも人間らしいわね。でも私たちは変化する世界に生まれた。愛するものはなくなり、家は変わり、慣れ親しんだ風習も徐々に馴染みのないものへと変わっていく。それは私たちの運命よ。抗おうとしたものの多くが狂気の深みに落ちていった。そうしなかった者たちは歴史に暗い物語を刻んだ。浅川ほのか、他人に執着しても苦しむだけよ。飲み込まれたくなければ手放すことを知りなさい。
飲み込まれる？何に？誰に？
My last words drift unanswered into the cold breeze, the clatter of wooden sandals against concrete ringing out once more. Though she knows my full name as well. If I were to ask how, I know I wouldn't get an answer. All I can do is watch as she leaves, that blonde woman opening the door of a waiting car for her. Lady Yonehara. What kind of past has she led for so many years to give her such eyes? The Lamentation of the Lost. Sitting on a bench downtown, I idly stare upwards at the sunlit sky. The sun is warm here. The noise of cars is gone, and the music of stores silent. Basking in the surreal surroundings, I rub my arm from the aching wound. A rough-hewn man hawks his cheap wares on the side of the road, and a couple of women chat while carrying children on their backs. A dapper gentleman gives a smile and a nod to them as he strolls along, his cane tapping beside him. My vision is briefly blocked by a rickshaw trundling up the road, an old woman enjoying the excitement of the ride. I can't help but see them as people, despite them being little more than actors performing an elaborate script. For this isn't the world of the Meiji era, but of Yasui's mind, an immaculate replica of a past age, but a replica nonetheless. Yet the sun still shines warmly. The bench I sit on is sturdy and carefully carved, and the buildings up and down the street are built of crafted wood rather than glass and concrete. Rather than uniformed staff silently poised behind counters, hawkers yell to the passing crowds from open-air storefronts. Horses neigh as people wrestle their bridles, their scent carrying in the air. How strange that a false world should feel more real than my own. This is a city vivid, almost lurid with life. A city conjured by the woman quickly skipping over in her cheerful sunflower kimono. Yasue's face is no less warm than the sun beaming on her shoulder as she smiles down at me. But as I come to my feet and her eyes meet mine, I can only think of Yonehara's. The darkness I felt from her sister is entirely absent from Yasue. As I catch my reflection in Yasue's calm gaze, it's difficult to see how the two are related, let alone sisters. As her conjured fan disappears, however, I am reminded of one similarity. The two are mages. That same power Yasue used to create this world, Yonehara also possesses. If their powers are opposites, then...
どうかしたの?
I should tell her what I saw. For days now, I've rehearsed how to explain the meeting at the cemetery. Yonehara's words weigh heavily on my mind, speaking of a past Yasue never told me. A past of suffering, of loss, and of anger. But as Yasue stands before me now, I can't find the words. No matter what I say to her, it would only bring pain. So I choose the coward's option.
なんでもない。ここ、初めて来た時と変わらないくらい現実感がないなって。
He's gonna know you're lying. She knows. She accepts the words cheerfully, which only makes me feel worse. I loathe this side of myself. Yasue moves to speak once more, but her eye is drawn to my bulging pocket. She knows what my phone represents now, a rare link to the outside world. It takes me a moment to remember what I brought with me, being so wrapped up in Yonehara. My hand reaches into my pocket to pluck it out, her eyes falling with poorly hidden curiosity before eagerly taking the device in both hands as I hand it over.
今の世界がどんな風か見せてあげようと思って、ここ数週間写真を撮ってたんだ。
Yasue looks down to the phone as I unlock it for her, her expression lighting up as the black screen comes to life. Oh, look at the photo. She got a photo of a dog. And the little snowman. It's pretty cute. She's already worked out how to open the photo gallery, pausing for my approval before gingerly tapping it.
写真を撮るのはあんまり得意じゃないけど、街中あちこちで撮ってみたの。
All I can do is awkwardly fiddle with my hair as she scans every inch of the thumbnails before pressing on the first new entry.
これ、私の家がある通り。現代じゃありきたりの住宅街だね。
これは車かしら。空にどうして線が引いてあるの？この壁は木ではないのでしょ？
She's going through each of the pictures. We're not even going through each of the pictures, she's just answering questions about this one picture. Peppered with questions from the very first photo, I try to answer each in succession. While pointing out this and that, I'm forced to think about details of modern life I've simply taken for granted. Already exhausted from just a single one of the dozen or so I brought along, I take a seat beside Yasue as she sits to go through the others.
まあ、北海道庁まだそこにあるのね。でもその周りの建物はこんなに高い建物は初めてだわ。それも全部ガラスなの？
これでも高層ビルに比べるとかなり小さい方よ。後ろに映ってる大きなお皿みたいなものは地球の周りを回ってる衛星と通信してる。
I may have moved a little too fast. Yasue's mind still stuck on the buildings made of metal and glass. The amount that's happened since the late 19th century is a little staggering now that I think about it. She flips to the next in the stack, a bright red vending machine piled with snow.
これは見たことがないわね。
自動販売機って言ってね、硬貨を入れると選んだ飲み物が出てくるの。広まったのは何年後かな。
Ah, that's another topic which will be beyond her. For all the wondrous advances we made beyond her time, the sufferings of war are barely imaginable, even to a modern person now. Yasue catches my dark expression, waiting for my explanation. That's not something I want to burden her with. Not now, anyway.
そのことについては話すことがありすぎるから、今度本を持ってきて説明するね。
With some hesitation, she accepts the blatant sidestepping. I wonder how Yasue would react to the horrors of my world as face compared to hers. Returning to the phone, she swipes across to another photo. As townspeople mill about around us, the woman carefully examines every detail in the shot. It's fascinating to watch Yasue swipe through the gallery with one flick of her thumb, and then another. The woman whose lived experience was stuck in the Meiji era navigating a phone with increasing ease. It gives me a new appreciation for how quick humans are at adaptation. The questions she once peppered me with soon become rare before she finally goes into entirely quiet. One after the other, she slowly makes her way through the gallery, immersed entirely in a world she can never touch. As minutes go by, I realize that this is the only thing I've ever seen her do in total silence. Photos of cars and trains, decorative lights and advertisements around the city at night, arcade machines and teens playing them at the game centers, people using computers and playing with mobile phones, bikes, houses, restaurants, alleyways, and busy roads. Just everyday things. Trivial, meaningless things I'd so often walk right past. All of which utterly fascinate Yasue. I expected to be narrating the experience, explaining this or that. Instead, she looks on in simple, silent wonderment. The feeling I have while watching her is a little wistful, perhaps like a parent watching a child experiencing something for the first time. Everyday life must be very strange from the perspective of someone from this era. From soft drink cans to medical advances, life is more comfortable than ever. For better or worse, we advanced. Then Yasue reaches the final photos. Crowds waiting at train platforms, tourists dragging luggage about, salarymen on their way to work, and shoppers on a busy weekend. The last photo is a shot taken from downtown, practically from where we sit. Screens and advertisements cover the tall buildings, looming over snowy streets thick with random people. A photo of nothing in particular, just people living their lives. Looking to Yasue, her aura changes. She showed so much delight at modern curiosities, but her longing for that world behind the glass screen is palpable. No, not the world inside it. The people inside. My heart sinks as Yasue's lips begin to quiver. I soon realize that it isn't the fingers of sadness plucking at her strings, but barely repressed anger. As she hands my phone back to me, I notice her knuckles going white from her grip.
あの女に私はどれほどのものを奪われたの？どうして？何のために？
She forgets my existence for some time as she quietly repeats the question into thin air. I don't dare speak up. Yonehara's existence would only rub salt into the wound. As much as she may grieve for those she's lost, Yasue's anger at the one who took them from her is no less raw. Even having met Yonehara, though, I can't guess at her reason for sealing Yasue away. She seems a perfectly kind, warm person compared to Yonehara's cold, even arrogant demeanor. Time to think over our brief talk hasn't helped endear her to me at all.
何か私にできることはない。復讐でも何でも。
Uh-oh. Suddenly reminded that I'm here, her mind snaps back into the present as she looks back towards me. The hate in Yasue isn't stifled that easily. Her stilted smile hardly convincing nor reassuring.
何もしてくれなくていいの。あなたのような人がいてくれる。それだけで十分よ。
She reaches over to stroke my hair with her right hand, but as an odd fit of burning willpower sparks inside me, I tightly clasp it with my own hands instead. I might not be much use to anyone, but for the woman I love,
遠慮なんていらない。安江のためなら何だってする。
そう。それならもう少しだけ一緒にいてもらおうかしら。ね、ほのか。
She gives an indulgent smile as she clasps my hands with her own, staring into my eyes as she does. I smile, or try to, but my eyes are so barely free of tears. I'm reminded of those words spoken in the cemetery, where one avoided company, the other adored it. She lived for the attention of others and charmed anyone she met. There's no doubt these two are truly related. Yonehara knows her too well. How Yonehara could do this to her own sister, I don't understand. No matter the reason, one walks free, and the other languishes in the cage. For Yasue, my life will appear a momentary flicker. No matter how deep our love, I can't free her nor raise a hand to Yonehara. Our time together will be but a blink in her lifetime of solitude. Whether in her world or whether in my world or hers, I can't save her. Oh my goodness. Paralyzed soul. Alright, I want to continue this story, but I do want to showcase the other game. I'm actually quite impressed with how many scenes there are for just Act 1. Insane. I want to play more of this, but I do want to make sure I get to showcase the other game, even briefly. So if you do enjoy this game, definitely consider checking it out. It just recently released. It's called A Tithe in Blood. And again, another big thank you to Studio Elon for providing us a copy of it.